Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's Elections Daily stream of tonight's big primaries in Florida and New York, and as well as the key Republican runoff in the Oklahoma Senate primary in the race to replace Senator James Inhofe. I am Joe Szymanski. I will be joined tonight right now by Jacob Walters. Dylan Brown is joining imminently, and Eric Cunningham will be joining us, our editor-in-chief, for a couple hours tonight around 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It is currently, though, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. That means polls have closed in the crucial, always crucial state of Florida. A couple of key races tonight we're watching statewide. We have the governor's race and the attorney general's primary on the Democratic side for both candidates. For the Democratic side, there are only both Ron DeSantis and Ashley Moody are unopposed in their primary races. And then we also, though, are facing some very, very critical House races in Florida tonight, obviously, because of the newly entrenched DeSantis mandate. There are multiple key Republican primaries that will likely decide out of those races who goes to Congress. We're looking specifically tonight at the 7th District, the 13th District, and the 15th District as key Republican primaries. We're also looking at the 10th District for Democrats to replace the retiring Val Demings, who is retiring to run for the Senate against Marco Rubio. Both her and Rubio face basically nominal opposition at this point. We're also keeping an eye on a couple of other House primaries. There are potential concerns to Republicans. They're potentially concerned about potentially some alt-right figures trying to come up in these primaries this week, specifically the 11th District. Daniel Webster is facing a primary from well-known alt-right operative Laura Loomer. So that is the other big thing tonight. Of course, though, Jacob, I want you to speak to some of these Republican House primaries here. This is very interesting to see what we can kind of go ahead and on and do here. These are some very key House primaries. Really, the big one that I think people are talking about tonight is the 7th District. It does seem to be down to Corey Mills and Anthony Sabatini. Obviously, Sabatini has some questionable errors in her past, so I want you to kind of delve into those here. I know you've watched the local races, the local government a lot in your time here at Elections Daily. So Sabatini, of course, is a current state representative. So I kind of want you to talk about him a little bit and kind of what his role is in all this.
Yeah, sure. So for those who don't know, the 7th District is the one that was formerly held by Charlie Crist, who is now running for governor, and the DeSantis mandate made it pretty Republican. It's what, Joe, like Trump won it by 4, something like that?
I think the new 7th, this is the Orlando-based district. It used to be held by Stephanie Murphy. Murphy is retiring. Murphy is an interesting character. She was someone who was seen precariously as the next great hope for Florida Democrats, but she has experienced massive burnout. She is someone who was actually seen as someone who was more to the normal part of her party when she was elected. She is now seen someone who is more towards the center of the party. She is someone who has actively felt kind of the leftward tilt of the House. She actually is one of the rare ones who has not necessarily moved that way, even though her seat has gotten bluer because of that suburban trend. Obviously, Republicans took care of that in some aspects with the DeSantis mandate, of course, as well. And we are told, apparently, we do have some of the first votes in from Lake County, and that does include the 11th congressional district here in DDHQ. Daniel Webster, in that early ballot drop here, has a 20-point lead on Laura Loomer in that race, 58 to 38 over Loomer. We're estimating about 15% of that vote in right now. In the Democratic primary, Charlie Crist, unsurprisingly, leads that race 60 to 34, with their estimating about 66% of the ballots counted in the Lake, and Armis Ayala leading the Attorney General Democratic primary in that race as well. So right now, Crist in the lead, obviously not unexpected right now that Crist is ahead in that regards. Not surprising. Of course, there was that very, very weird poll. I think it was from USF, that showed Freed up by a couple points there. And we welcome Dylan Brown to the stream tonight. So we welcome Dylan to the stream tonight. Otherwise, as he was joining us in here, we've gotten the first ballot drops in from Lake County. We're getting some other sites, just showing some other places right now. As expected, Crist showing a pretty early lead right now. This is to be expected, of course, that Charlie Crist would be leading this race. That was not a surprise to anyone here who was paying attention, quite honestly. We're getting some other results in as well here. Brevard, Osceola, Pasco, Broward County has a big drop in. Charlie Crist up 64 to 31 there. So that if you know Florida at all, that will pretty much cinch the deal for Crist there, quite honestly, that big margin there in Broward County. Not surprising tonight. So right now it does look like we are tracking towards potentially towards the Ron DeSantis Charlie Crist matchup that we've been expecting here. This will be Crist's second go-round attempting a governor as a Democrat. He ran against Rick Scott in 2014. He lost that race, a very narrow race it turned out to be, but he did lose that race to Scott in that election year here. But again, I do really kind of want to focus on these House races. Nothing in from the 7th yet. Again, Jacob, I do want to now give you your time here to talk about Sabatini a little bit and kind of the issues that he's had as a candidate so far.
Yeah, so Anthony Sabatini, he is a state representative currently. I believe he's a 2-term state representative, and he is not shy to controversy, to say the least. One main line of attack against him is he's known as Anthony Absentini because he apparently misses so many votes while in the legislature. So that's been a big line of attack. But some of the more controversial things is he's been attacked by Democrats and some of his Republican opponents for being seen in blackface before. In high school, he dressed up as he put on blackface for one costume, and then another year he dressed up as what did he do? He put on a big sombrero and did brown face too. So he's got the whole color.
So he just had the whole spectrum then.
Yeah, that's right.
How hard is it to not do that?
But he's a very far right, very conservative member of the legislature. He he's the Mr. No of Florida. You know, he votes no on almost everything. He is the one who introduced legislation to change one of the major highways in Florida to be named the Donald Trump Memorial Highway. So very big Donald Trump fan. And notably, Trump has not endorsed in this race. And his biggest opponent, like Joe said earlier, is Army veteran Corey Mills. Big self-funder. He's given himself close to $1 million, I believe. And then there's also another guy in the race named Brady Duke, who is a little further behind in polling than the other two, but he's been endorsed by some people like Dan Crenshaw. So I expect him to get around 3rd place. But polling has shown Corey Mills and Sabatini very, very close, well within the margin of error of each other. So it's a real toss-up going into tonight.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, Decision Desk now has some updates from the Republican primary in the 15th district. That early vote dropped there. Laurel Lee, the DeSantis-endorsed former Secretary of State, currently leading there by 14 points over Kelly Stargill. Jackie Toledo was a candidate who was hyped up by some, has fallen down into 4th place to start out tonight. Obviously still waiting for Election Day vote there. Dylan, not much to talk about for you, sadly, tonight in Florida. Obviously, we're going to have a lot more to talk to you about tonight in New York.
Yeah.
When we get there. But obviously right now, teams we're tracking me, no surprise right now in Florida. Charlie Crist seems very well set to be your nominee for governor. Are you happy that Crist is at least, he is at the very least a decently strong candidate? He's someone who has run statewide in Florida. Happy to have at least someone who has done this before in Florida and potentially avoid a very unexpected nominee in Florida. Are we looking for someone stronger, even though it's looking like at the very least a slightly more Republican favored year, at least certainly more Republican favored than the 2020 elections, at the very least, potentially more, even if it is just a more even environment, that would still be more favorable for Republicans than DeSantis faced in 2018. That is for sure. But looking at it right there here, what kind of are your thoughts here tonight on this Democratic primary and kind of what you're looking at here in regards to that tonight?
I am so happy this race is over. God, I've hated watching this. I find Charlie Crist and Nikki Fried both insufferable. So yes, Charlie Crist is the stronger candidate, but that's that's a low bar to clear when your opponent is Nikki Fried. And ultimately, it's a lot. I liken it a lot to Colorado. It's who's going to lose to the environment by 10 points. Charlie Crist is not going to get within 10 points of Ron DeSantis. So I don't know. The only Democratic primary in Florida I have any interest in is the Florida 10th primary.
Yes, obviously, Maxwell Frost has kind of been the candidate to really gain a lot of attention there. Can you maybe go into his campaign a little bit more, if you know, at least on what you know in regards to his campaign?
Yeah, so Maxwell Frost is this would be his first elected office. He's 25 years old, I believe, and came out of the March for Our Lives movement after the Parkland shooting. His only real competition seems to be a state senator and Alan Grayson, since Alan Grayson decided he wanted to be back in politics again for some reason. I am curious what drives people to want to return to politics after leaving, especially somebody like Alan Grayson, who's incredibly wealthy. What's even the point? All it can do is hurt your reputation, especially when you're Alan Grayson. But Frost has gotten most of the endorsements in the race. He's been endorsed by the Progressive Caucus, Bernie Sanders, the Orlando Sentinel, and polling, and also, weirdly enough, a bunch of crypto PACs. I've got nothing for that one. Unlike Jonathan Jackson in Illinois, who centered crypto policy, Maxwell Frost has not, from what I can tell. So I'm not sure what the endorsement is for. But polling, there's only been one poll, which showed Maxwell Frost up by about 20 points with about 34% of the vote. And with 7 candidates in the race, I'd feel pretty comfortable saying this is Maxwell Frost's race to lose.
Yeah, that's, I think, fair to say here. Obviously, we're still waiting from Decision Desk HQ some of those results here. I will say that they are going to have some results imminently, I believe, from the Orlando area. I believe we should start to have some in the key 7th district as well here, considering we have Democratic ballots now dropped in the 7th district. I believe we should be seeing some Republican ballots as well here coming from the 7th, which will tell us a lot about what's going on. And we actually have some from the crucial 13th district primary on the Republican side. This is to replace Charlie Crist. And boy, oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to put these on the board because this is a squeaker right now here in the 13th district on the Republican side here. This is going to be very, very interesting here. When you're looking at this here, this is an interesting one right now. This is the 13th district between Anna Paulino and Kevin Hazlett. Both are separated by only a couple hundred votes here, just under 200 votes here. It's really around 180 votes, quite honestly. It is Luna leading by about 180 votes right now. This is very, very close right now between these two candidates. Right now, this is very, 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 very close. Luna and Hazlett, and this is very interesting right now, folks. I talked about Laura Loomer earlier. This would be very, very bad for Republicans, but right now, she is only down by 5 to Daniel Webster, about 52% of the vote in right now. We are now officially keeping an eye on that primary right now, which that would be bad. Well, I can't really say anything more on that. That'd be very, very bad. That would be a very, very shameful thing for the Republican voters of Florida.
So
that would be really bad.
Would she instantly become the worst member of Congress?
I think that's hard to say no to.
I mean, she'd at least be top 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Safe to
boy,
say.
that is not good. Oh dear.
Yeah, some people were expecting this to be kind of closer because in these last few weeks, Laura Loomer's actually raised more money than Daniel Webster, and it just seemed like he wasn't really taking the challenge too seriously. Which, why would you take Laura Loomer seriously? But it may come back to bite him.
Why would you take Lauren Boebert seriously if you're Scott Tipton?
Yeah, and then in the 13th one that we just looked at with Anna Paulina Luna and Kevin Hazlett, Luna has the Trump endorsement, but notably every single piece of literature, shirts, advertisements that Kevin Hazlett has put out, he's had, I'm a Trump tough conservative. So he's kind of towing the line there. And he's been attacking Luna for saying that she agrees with Obama's immigration policy. And Luna has been absent from the TV. So maybe that absence of advertising could be the reason why another Trump endorsement could fail.
What is wrong with candidates not going on TV?
It's a good question.
If you have the money, go on TV. It's not hard.
Doesn't seem like a hard thing to do now, does it, Dylan?
Oh,
No.
and it looks like we just got some results from the 7th district too.
Yes,
you want to pull that one up, Joe?
I will pull those up right now here. The 7th district primary right now, Sabatini versus Mills here, Corey Mills. I believe these votes are out of, Volusia. Excuse me, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but Volusia County here. This is now the new outer edge part of the district here.
Oh, wow, that's not even close.
It's not even close right now. Mills absolutely battering down Sabatini right now. I believe all these close. All these votes are from Volusia. Volusia. Don't know how to pronounce it, but it's all from Volusia County. Mills up wide margins, nearly 5,500 votes there over Sabatini. That's a 49-21% take right now. Obviously, Seminole, though, has a lot of the votes out of here. That's where we'll really see the results come out of tonight. That is for sure. So that's what we're still really kind of watching over tonight. Once we get those Seminole ballot drops, that's when we'll really start to know where these results are coming from here.
I feel like the monkey's paw election result is Sabatini going down, but Laura Loomer winning.
That does seem like a pretty big monkey paw. That would be worse. I would Volusia. Thank you to the comments. And I've been told we have some 10th district. Yes, we do. We do. 10th district Democratic primary numbers here. I'll share that screen as well here, so that way we can all see right here. Excuse me as I change back to it here. Let me see which one I have it as. Yes, here it is right here. Maxwell Frost.
That's actually close.
Randolph Gracie by just under 3 points on this race. I believe this is all Orlando area right here, so it's all that one county here right now.
Yeah, that's closer than I thought.
Closer, I think maybe closer, especially between Gracie, Alan Grayson, pulling a surprising amount of number right there. He's pulling about 17% of the vote right now.
The polls had Alan Grayson pulling about 14%, so I'm actually not surprised by that number. Randolph Bracey's pulling in more than the polls showed, a lot more. I believe Bracey also had about 14 to 15% in the last poll.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. All right. Not much else to talk about yet here. Still, of course, going back and forth here between these races here right now. We have had a change in the 11th district primary results. Daniel Webster ticks back up in his race. He's now up 50, I believe. Yes, massive drop out of Orange County here for Webster here. Okay. Pretty big drop out of Orange County here. If I can, let me bring this up for you folks here. Pretty big drop out of Orange County here. Pretty big drop out of Orange County. Webster up 53-41 in that regard right now. People are saying in the chat, I figure they're looking at New York Times. The Times does not have either Lake or Orange County numbers up yet. Yes, we expect that Loomer has won Sumter County. And right now, our early results from Decision Desk HQ is showing results in both Lake and Orange County right now. There's the Lake County. There's the Orange County. With those numbers in right now, Webster is holding on right now. If he is able to win both Polk and Orange, then he will survive this challenge, though certainly significantly closer than any of us would have wanted, that's for sure. Loomer is, a relatively disgusting person, even to I think even a conservative Republican, I would hope that Loomer is a pretty disgusting person. Her takes on Muslims, especially in this country, have been incredibly non-American, quite honestly, in that regard. Incredibly anti-Islamic hate that has come from her mouth. She is bad. Laura Loomer is a bad candidate. She is not good. Otherwise, right now, though, looking in other places, we have yet to see other results out of some key areas tonight. Miami area so far is the one place right now where we're not really seeing that many results out of right now so far. We're seeing some out of North Miami because we're seeing stuff out of the 24th district. Well-known Twitter star Laverne Spicer is currently down in her primary right now by about 100 votes in what is a very, very Democratic seat. But Spicer is one of those who believes that they can. One of those grifters who believes that they can win that race. That is not a thing right now here.
Laverne Spicer is the one who said that there are no pronouns in the Constitution and the Bible. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, well,
that's great.
Hey, we all have our idiots, but wow.
I swear, dude, it's like every week it's the next mission of try to stop the crazies from winning the primaries.
Although I do appreciate the admission from Laverne Spicer that she never made it past the first word of the Constitution. I mean, true. You could tell that just from her rhetoric, but it's nice that she admits it.
So I do want to point out we have now gotten drops in from the Miami area right now here. We've early votes dropped in. There are some talk online about beating down on Mario Diaz-Balart and Maria Salazar. Both are blowing out their current opponents right now, which is no surprise to anyone who actually follows this stuff. Otherwise, there are not a whole lot of other updates to have right now out of some of these key races. Obviously, Annette Taddeo is unsurprisingly blowing out her race as well right now to run against Salazar. Robert Asensio is the current candidate, leading to take on Jimenez in the new 28th district. Otherwise, also Anthony Hill in a very, very small lead, the 4th district. This is almost a safe R district at this point, but Hill is only up by about 400 votes on LaShonda Holloway in the new 4th district, which is part of the new Jacksonville split gerrymander up there in the northeast part of the state. Aaron Bean is, as expected, running away with that race in that regard. So still waiting here on some very key races right now, mainly the 7th district and the 13th to give us some more updates. The 15th as well. Laurel Lee has extended her lead. She is up now by almost 20 points over Kelly Stargill. About 53% of that vote has been estimated in right now. Lee, unsurprisingly right now, taking that lead right now over Stargill. Alan Cohn is leading the way in the 15th district for the Democrats. We expect this race to be probably the closest of the Florida House races that we have so far. That's what we expect, at least. Whether that actually happens, we don't know yet, but we expect this race to probably be the closest. Whether or not that'll happen yet.
Can everyone count like Florida, please?
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would make our nights a lot faster.
Yeah, it would.
And a lot more fun, a lot less downtime.
So everyone kind of knew that Laurel Lee was going to win that primary in the 15th. How does that work to replace her? Florida doesn't elect Secretary of States, do
No,
they?
it would be a DeSantis appointment.
Okay, so that's interesting. Do we know what the primary turnout is looking like for DeSantis right now?
Let me check the times because that'll have that. Because we don't have that update. We will not be showing that, of course. I think the Times may show it here. No, they won't actually. So I can't say for sure what the turnout is for DeSantis. Right now, it's just under 1 million votes right now for Democrats. Just under, with the most of the Miami area and the Tampa, with a lot of the population centers for Democrats, over 60% of the vote in. Other than Orlando. Orlando only has about 42% of the votes in.
And Nikki Fried is getting smoked. This was one
of
the
everywhere
only...
except up top. She's doing a little bit better in some northern parts of the district here.
This was really one of the only competitive statewide Democratic primaries that we've had this entire cycle. And I was shocked at how relatively tame it was. There was never, there were some attacks, but it was never anything too bare-knuckled like what we saw in Pennsylvania Republican Senate primary or Ohio or things like that.
Well, I would have comments on that, but I'm not gonna play with that fire tonight, quite honestly. Otherwise, we're still waiting on some other results here as well here. Again, mainly out of the 13th, the 7th. And we do have more results out of the 7th district here. I'm going to guess these came from Seminole County. I hope so, at least. That'd be very nice if they did. The 7th district updated again. Mills climbs a little bit back. Sabatini climbs a little bit back. He's only down by 8 points in that drop in from Seminole, but Mills still leads that result. He's now up 39-22 over Sabatini in the 7th district. So we're tracking it. We're tracking right now towards, it looks like, probably a victory for Mills right now. It seems that we're tracking that way. I'm not going to say that for certain, but we do seem to be tracking that way in that race. So we do seem to be tracking that way right now, which is not unsurprising. Which is maybe, do you consider that surprising, Jacob? I mean, would you consider that?
I wouldn't say it's too
result?
surprising. I mean, he was running against Anthony Sabatini, so he had to go. You know, you don't want to be out conservative in a Republican primary. So Corey Mills took a lot of really far right positions to kind of make sure that he couldn't be out conservative by Sabatini. And he also, because the establishment, they hate Sabatini. So he got a lot of help from people like Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy notably put Corey Mills into his Young Guns program and notably left out Sabatini. And, you know, Sabatini just wasn't liked at all by any of his Florida colleagues. And when you needlessly make as many enemies as he has, then, you know, it's hard to win a race like that. You don't win a race by pissing off everyone under the sun except for a few core people. So I'm not too surprised by it. I am surprised a little bit by how much Corey Mills is winning by. Maybe it'll get closer as more votes are counted. But like just a few minutes ago, I was saying how it's a pretty toss-up race, and it looks like Corey Mills is going to win it pretty handily if things keep going the way that they have been.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, we're not playing taps for Sabatini.
No taps. No taps for Sabatini.
He's a state rep. Doesn't count.
Doesn't count, yeah. Come on, guys. We have levels here. Come on.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to the chat, Andy Pham, former state rep Cord Bird has already been appointed as Lee's successor in the Secretary of State.
Okay.
Position. So that has already been taken care of. Good stuff. Good stuff, bro. We love that.
And it looks like chat has also said that Anna Paulina Luna's lead keeps growing. I guess that's on New York Times.
That would be on the Times. We don't have that yet from our place. So none of that yet from us. Once we see that, then we'll confirm it.
Mm-hmm.
So don't worry about that. We're also about 30 minutes from polls closing in Oklahoma. Obviously, I know we're not usually used to talking about Oklahoma at this time, but there is two important Republican runoffs, I should say, not just for the Senate race between Markway and Mullen and what's this TW Shannon? TW Shannon.
Wait, I thought that race happened already. I thought the runoff
this is a runoff
happened.
because Mullen didn't clear 50%. So this is a runoff that is occurring tonight. Oklahoma is one of the rare non-Southern states that has primary runoffs for under 50%, as well as the House race to replace Mullen as well. So that is another thing that is interesting to watch tonight. Two Republican primaries that will almost certainly, I would say almost, there is never anything certain, but almost certainly will put both the winners of those two primaries into the Senate and Congress respectively in come January.
I'm not sure what could happen to flip Oklahoma.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, even Kevin Stitt couldn't lose it against like the best candidate Oklahoma Democrats had put up in like a decade and a half.
In a blue year,
2018.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Republicans could do to lose it. They would really have to try.
Well, that's an interesting topic. What would Republicans have to do to lose Oklahoma? What a fascinating potential storyline there. What would they have to do? Like, what would the candidate? Would he have to kill someone?
I don't even think killing somebody would flip it blue.
Would it
Honestly,
be two people? Would it be two people? Maybe it would have to be. Maybe it would have to be a tribe thing. Maybe you'd have to like murder a tribe, like a group of tribe. It would have to be some type of genocide, I would think. That is very dark. Obviously, we don't want to go into that tonight.
I'm not even convinced that would do it, though.
Yeah, Oklahoma, obviously a very deep Republican state. This is no surprise to anyone who's paid attention there. Okay.
Oh, more results in from the 10th.
Okay. Before we get there, this 11th district, DDHQ is estimating everything in. It looks like we're saying that Daniel Webster has survived tonight, 51-43 over Laura Loomer.
I'm not sure why they're saying it's the percentage that they said is in keeps going up, even though the votes haven't. It's gone from 60 to over 99%.
Well, no, because they definitely dropped in votes from Polk and Orange County. Those votes definitely changed. Anyways, yes, Maxwell Frost is now up by 8 points over Randolph Bracey. That would certainly be a victory for the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. That is for sure. That would be a big victory for them tonight. That would definitely be a very big victory for them tonight. If Frost is the eventual winner there, that not only is he a progressive, he's also an African-American progressive. That's just a victory in itself. Otherwise, right now, again, where it looks like that Daniel Webster holds off alt-right personality. I hate using that word, but sadly it's true with Loomer. Laura Loomer in the 11th in the Central Florida-based 11th district right now. It looks like he will hold him off. He will hold her off, and as well, we do have more results out of the 13th district now. And yes, Anna Paula Luna has increased her lead to about a 8-point advantage over Kevin Hazlett, which comes out to about 5,700 votes right now between the two candidates right there. Between the two, it's about 5,700 between Hazlett and Luna. That's a good result for Luna right there. That is definitely her tracking towards victory right now. In that regards, or at DDHQ, I think about 88% of the vote in right now. I was going to look an update towards the 15th, see if anything's changed there yet. No, it has not. Lee still in a pretty significant lead over Kelly Stargo. Remember, Florida does not have runoffs for these races. There are no runoffs in regards to these two races right now. There are no runoffs in Florida. Always remember that. 7th district as well. Corey Mills continues to increase his lead now. Actually, he's up 41-22 now over Sabatini. Does not look like Sabatini's coming to Congress at this point. Would take a pretty big shift in the margin in Seminole County over Volusia for him to succeed in that regard. So it looks like we are avoiding Sabatini tonight, it looks like. And we'll go back to the 11th district here. As you can see right now, Webster. It looks like we haven't called it yet, but it looks like has completed a victory over Laura Loomer in that regards. So good news there, it looks like, in that regards, I would say. Like I said, Loomer is a pretty terrible person.
Yes.
So what is it that's Loomer's job? Like, what has she done?
I think she shitposts. I think that's her job.
For a career?
She used to shitpost for InfoWars.
Oh, okay.
But I think is InfoWars officially dead now because of the Sandy Hook lawsuits?
I mean, Alex Jones is still posting.
I mean, does he have money? Does InfoWars have money anymore though? I mean, what wasn't it like $48 million or something like that in damages? Something very bad for him.
Yeah, that'll get tamped down quite a bit. They do have damages caps. So it won't be 48 million in the end, but it'll still probably be enough to bankrupt him.
That's interesting.
Laura Loomer's gonna run again. I'm completely convinced she's gonna run again. And if Webster takes the Ilhan Omar approach to primaries, she might win.
Yeah. So it looks like does look like we've got reports from outside as well that it does look like Webster will survive tonight. So no concerns there, even though it's significantly closer and he probably fell asleep at the wheel. Looks like we're okay there, folks. Looks like we're okay. No Laura Loomer in Congress. This is a very good thing for all involved. Otherwise, we're 25 minutes out here from polls closing in Oklahoma. As well tonight, though, New York. Let's talk about New York a little bit.
Obviously, do we have to?
I think we do have to. Eventually here, excuse me. But obviously New York, very weird circumstances tonight. New York, these are congressional races only. These were pushed back from the earlier June date because of the forced redistricting that was occurred because of the New York appeal/Supreme Court. They forced a redistricting, a fair redistricting process done by a special master as well. This is why these races were pushed back because it happened too close to the June date. It also focused some really interesting races. Dylan and Jacob, I know you for sure know this one here. The 12th district. Jerry Nadler versus Carolyn Maloney versus technically Suraj Patel's in there too, but we don't really talk about him because he's not interesting enough. So Nadler versus Maloney. Dylan, I kind of want you to give your little spiel on that, being the left-wing voice on the stream still right now. I want you to give kind of a little spiel on that race, kind of what's changed there. Obviously, it looked like it started out with a Maloney advantage. That has changed to this point. It does look like right now that Nadler is the favorite going tonight. Tell us what's changed in that race and kind of what we're looking for going into the night here.
Well, Maloney's always been kind of an underwhelming campaigner. She and Suraj Patel have run against each other twice. This will be their third rematch. And Maloney won both, but fairly underwhelmingly. I think that's a lot of it. Jerry Nadler got the most consolidation.
Are you not at the very least a little bit surprised though by these numbers here right now? By at least the polling numbers. I mean, some people would argue that because Maloney has actually had to run campaigns the last couple of years, that maybe she'd be more prepared than Nadler, who has basically been incumbent mandated into a seat to his liking the last 2 decades. Basically, he hasn't had to face a competitive result in almost 26 years. That is older than any of us.
Yes.
I'm 21. Jacob is 22, I think, and
I'm 23.
And Dylan's 23. So yeah, that makes us all kind of younger than the last time Jerry Nadler actually faced a somewhat competitive race here. Otherwise, though, Nadler again seems to be running away with it, and in that regard, that means once this race happens, if it is what polling shows it to be, that means we will have no truly competitive incumbent versus incumbent primaries this year. They've all been relatives blown out for one individual versus another here. So, Jacob, will kind of push this to you here. What does that kind of say about kind of how this redistricting process went across the country? The fact not only did we not have a whole lot of incumbent versus incumbent matchups, but also basically all of them were uncompetitive in the end here.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising. I want to hear Dylan's take on the Democratic side, but I know that for the Republican side, a lot of them were it was pretty clear that there was a more conservative candidate against kind of a more moderate person. Like in West Virginia, McKinley, he openly touted an endorsement from Joe Manchin, and he voted for the Infrastructure Act. And then Alex Mooney was a big Trump supporter and was super conservative, voted against everything. So, and same with Mary Miller in Illinois, also endorsed by Trump, super conservative Freedom Caucus type against Rodney Davis, who was just kind of a normie Republican who never really, he was conservative, but he wasn't, far right conservative the way that Mary Miller is. So I think that so many of them didn't end up getting as close as they were because it wasn't really like Florida 7th, where it's two super conservative people running against each other. Most of them have just been a really conservative candidate running against a kind of more mainstream, I don't want to say moderate, but, more mainstream, I guess, establishment type of Republican. What say you, Dylan? I know that there haven't been as many Democratic ones, but what about the Andy Levin one? that one wasn't really close.
No, and neither was the Sean Casten, Marie Newman one.
Yeah, that's right. So in those scenarios, it's like the more progressive one got blown out, while in the Republican side, the more conservative one blew out the opposition.
See, I think there are a couple reasons for that, but I think the main one, both primary seasons have kind of had their kingmaker. Obviously, for the Republicans, the kingmaker for the primary cycle has been Trump. Um, Most of his endorsed candidates won, save really Georgia, where all of his endorsed candidates got utterly blown out. But in the Democratic primary, I don't want to say it's one particular PAC, but there have been a coalition of PACs that have put in millions of dollars into specific primaries, specifically Marie Newman versus Sean Casten and Andy Levin versus Haley Stevens. Money isn't everything, but in a primary, it's most of the race. And specifically in Michigan's 11th, the primary between Levin and Stevens, Haley Stevens was the beneficiary of $11 million in outside spending. That's almost an impossible hill to climb. In almost any circumstance, you're going to have a hard time beating that. And Marie Newman, I think she faced some personal scandals, as well as Sean Casten's overwhelming war chest. I think a lot of that was because Sean Casten was a swing seat Democrat, so he had to raise a lot more money than Marie Newman did. And he was also the beneficiary of outside spending, but he also had to raise more money on his own.
Yeah. The two Republican primaries that I mentioned, talking about outside spending, Mary Miller and Alex Mooney were also backed by the Club for Growth, and they spent millions on each of them in both of those races. So really hard to overcome that.
Yeah, and what I think is really interesting about the New York 12 special election, or not special election, the primary, is actually how little outside spending has mattered. Carolyn Maloney has spent more money than Jerry Nadler and Suraj Patel. She's put in about $3 million. Nadler's only put in $1 million, and Suraj Patel's only put in $1 million. I think Maloney is just not a great campaigner. See her attacks against Nadler for liking pandas too much.
The panda attack. We all love the panda attack, don't we?
And yes, and saying that Jerry Nadler is senile and too old, even though she's a year older than him.
That was an interesting turn of events in that primary. That was an interesting turn of events right there.
So you don't think the Trump endorsement is going to pull her over the top?
Oh, that too, yeah. Or what about the Matt Gaetz endorsement? The Matt Gaetz endorsement, Jacob. What do you think about the Matt Gaetz endorsement for Carolyn Maloney? Obviously,
I mean, I do think there is a crucial Matt Gaetz constituency in the New York 12 Democratic primary electorate.
Definitely.
No, I really think the interesting story here is how little Suraj Patel has been able to gain momentum. And also that he's not the one running the campaign about these two are too old. Instead, it's the oldest candidate in the race running that campaign strategy.
God bless America.
Very interesting.
God bless America. Everyone, I put it in the chat. God bless America, everyone. Put that in the chat. Put it in the chat if you're watching with us. Put in God bless America. You know you want to post it. Put in God bless America right now for the fact that that we have two geriatrics running against each other to try at a safe Democratic seat in one of the wealthiest areas in the country, the east and west side of central Manhattan, one of the whitest and richest parts of New York City. And that's all I really got to say about that. Certainly a very wealthy part of America. That's very true there. I know, Dylan, you brought up the money game. Obviously, it's a question about whether or not it should be matter at all just because of how much money is there in that area in general. Like I said, if you live in this part of Manhattan, you are an upper class, very wealthy individual. You are not middle class. Let's get that right. If you live here, you are not middle class. Most likely, if you live here, you are have rich parents or are wealthy yourself, because this includes parts like the Theater District and nice parts of New York that people actually want to go to instead of crappy places like the Bronx. No one wants to go to the Bronx. Most part, unless you're a Yankees fan. Even then, I don't consider you a human being. If you're a Yankees fan, you're not a human being. That's just the fact.
Well, while we're talking about New York, do you two have any thoughts on the New York 19th special election today?
This is going to be very interesting because I think there's two ways you could look at this. One is the idea that Molinaro is someone who is a S-tier candidate for Republicans. We have to remember this is done under the old lines. So this includes all of Dutchess County, where Molinaro has been elected multiple times, even as the county has gotten significantly bluer. Molinaro is someone who has been shown to not just win independents, but also at least a small section of Democrats. As Dutchess County got bluer, he kind of had to, and he has. So there's two ways you could look at it. If Pat Ryan were to pull this off, that should be kind of a 5-alarm fire bell for Republicans, because, like I said, Molinaro is the best candidate you could get for this seat. That is just the utter truth. He is the best candidate you could get for the seat. So if Ryan wins, that should send fire alarms all around the NRCC and see what the hell you've done wrong. If he wins by 0-4, kind of a wash. If he wins by 5-8, you can appoint some of that to the fact that Molinaro, again, is that S-tier candidate. If he wins by more than 8%, something interesting has happened here. Then something, upstate New York has always been funky. I wrote an article about this a couple months ago. Upstate New York, no matter really the circumstances, has always been a place that has swung against the party in power. Basically anywhere above Westchester County, parts of lower Westchester County. Those places have liked to swing, sometimes extremely significantly at the federal level against the party in power. That's been one of the places, especially in the Hudson Valley, specifically, has really been kind of the archetype of this. This is a place where we have seen sometimes very, very massive swings from a presidential election to then a midterm election. We have seen some very, very large swings in these parts of the country. It's going to be very interesting tonight. I'm very excited to see when those results start coming in. Hopefully, obviously it's New York, so you never fucking know. But hopefully, around 9 o'clock tonight, we start seeing results start to come in slowly. I expect, but hopefully start to see results come in from New York.
Molinaro, if that's how you pronounce the name, I heard you say it 3 times. Yeah, Molinaro is easily the best candidate Republicans could get here. He performed pretty well against Cuomo for governor.
He did. Given
that Cuomo had still not been revealed to the rest of New York as the piece of shit that he was, Molinaro performed exceedingly well. So I expect him to win. Like Joe said, if he doesn't, that's a 5-alarm fire. Something has changed.
We have two projections here for you. In the 15th district and the 13th district Republican primaries, Decision Desk HQ and Elections Daily have now called those races for Laurel Lee and Anna Paulina Luna, respectively, in those races. That is not a surprise at this point. Both Luna and Lee led in their last pre-primary polls. That's a big result, though. That means +2, as Elise Stefanik and others have tried to build back up the Republican Women Caucus. That's another added +2. We have both of these seats rated as likely Republican. We expect both of these ladies to be in Congress come January. So, two big Republican primaries cited there. We are still waiting for some more results out of the 7th to confirm that. But we expect right now to be tracking toward the Corey Mills victory. We haven't called the 11th district yet, but we are also still projecting that'll be Daniel Webster in that race, more narrower than expected against Laura Loomer in that regards. But luckily, thanks for all of our sanities, we will not be. It does not look like we will be dealing with Congresswoman Loomer at this point. So
Although it does seem like the votes just keep ticking up in that race.
They're very small, so I'm not
Yeah.
that concerned.
No, but
Unless we see like a massive shift in Orange County, then we're fine.
yeah, I mean we are still in the silly zone, so I'm not willing to say just
That's
yet.
very true. That's fair. That's very fair, Dylan.
But should we talk about New York 10?
Sure.
You had something to say, Jacob? Did you have something to say before we go to
sorry.
that there, Dylan?
Oh, I was just going to say that we had somebody in the chat ask us for our predictions in the Republican primaries in New York's 1st and 23rd districts.
Oh. Ooh.
I don't even know who's running, so I'm going to defer to the
Okay, well,
Republicans.
the 23rd.
Yeah, I'll go to Jacob here first.
The 23rd has the very
That's
interesting
the Palladino,
candidate.
That's the versus the normal guy.
Yeah.
Oh, Palladino. Yeah, he's going to win.
Another game of can we stop the crazy? And I don't think we will this time.
No.
Carl Palladino has called a convicted pedophile on his campaign a good man, and has said that numerous times, by the way, that we need a Hitler like Adolf Hitler. And he's been endorsed also by Elise Stefanik. So
why?
Yeah, I don't. But
because apparently Stefanik has beef with Langworthy. Apparently.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but then find somebody else. Find somebody else. No,
Palladino's a pretty disgusting individual.
And he'll probably win tonight.
Okay, so would Palladino be the worst candidate in Congress if he got there?
In my opinion, yes, he would be.
He would absolutely be top 5.
He'd be top 5. I don't know if he's worst.
I don't know if I'd put him over Gates and Green. I'd put him over Boebert.
Yeah, I put him over Boebert.
I mean, Boebert's awful, but I don't think she's ever said we need Hitler or we need a Hitler-like person.
The good news is he is extremely old, so if he does win, hopefully he doesn't hold that seat for long.
Yeah, he looks pretty bad. I can't lie. He looks pretty awful.
But yeah, and as for New York's 1st, I really have no idea. I haven't been keeping up with that one a whole lot.
No,
there are 3 candidates: Michelle Bond, Anthony Figliola, and Nicholas LaLota.
Which one sounds the most Italian?
Yeah, that's a good way of guessing who'll win.
That's usually a good way of doing it.
But let's talk about New York's 10th. That's another Democratic primary that Trump has endorsed a candidate in. You think the Trump endorsement will win that one?
Yeah, I think this is Goldman's race to lose.
Interesting.
Progressives took the strategy of, hey, we all don't like this guy. We're not going to consolidate to stop him, though. They took the PA GOP gubernatorial strategy.
Yeah, don't remind me.
I have to take my shots when I can, Joe.
I know. Terrible. It's terrible.
It's very frustrating to watch this really diverse, really democratic, really progressive district. It's frustrating to watch it seem like it's about to elect an anti-universal health care, maybe pro-life white rich dude.
The heir to Levi Strauss fortune, right? I believe that's his money.
Yeah.
The jeans guy. He's the jeans guy. That's what we can call him. He's the jeans man.
Yeah, and for no other reason,
I don't
really.
think I have Levi's jeans. I think mine are something else.
And I mean, I think the 2 things that got him there are the amount of money he's spent. He's spent $4 million, and the New York Times. I think that's fair to say.
I think it is. A good question here from Jacob Smith for me and Jacob. Will Garbiano lose his primary in New York too? This is another one of God, I hope not, because the guy running against him seems to be an absolute fucking lunatic, quite honestly. Just in total honesty here, the guy running against him, I'm gonna double check the name here, but the guy running against, I've seen his Twitter. I think Robert Cornicelli, I think, is the guy, the main guy they're looking at. I think that guy is pretty insane from what I've heard. So that would be bad too. That's another game to keep away the crazy. which
Al-
we, for some whatever reason, had struggles with recently as a party.
Yeah.
Because stupid.
Also, because progressives hate TV, like Bart says in the chat, Jamal Bowman might have a competitive primary.
Has he not gone on TV either?
Apparently not.
Oh, God damn it.
There was a poll today, or not too long ago, that had him behind one of his challengers.
Can you link that?
Can you find that?
I'll try to find it.
Because I didn't see that. I feel like that would have sent 5 alarm fires around progressive Twitter, and I didn't see it once.
But for that question earlier about New York's second, his opponent hasn't raised any money. What did you say his name was, Joe? Cornicelli?
There's also another one in there, Mike Rakebrandt.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but the Cornicelli guy didn't even raise $300,000, and that's really not much at all for a congressional race like this. So if he does win, then there must have been a lot of deep-rooted issues with Garbarino in the first place.
It actually might be Rakebrandt, now that I think about it. It might be Rakebrandt.
Does anyone know how to check where money's been spent?
You could look at FEC filings from the last report, but it probably won't be updated to this very day.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, this is it's a poll that has Catherine Parker ahead of Jamal Bowman by about 4 points.
Can you link that somewhere, please, por favor?
I will.
Catherine Parker's not a candidate listed on the open secrets page.
Yeah, no, she is. Catherine Parker, she's there.
I don't see her on the whole. Okay.
She definitely is.
Okay.
HQ has her up.
That's interesting.
I've never heard of this pollster before, so I don't know how reliable they are. But
can you link it in the private chat too? I can't act on here. I can't access the phone. Thanks. Well, that would be something.
It has like 31% undecided. I'm kind of throwing this in the trash. Yeah, I would throw this in the trash. It's not good. It's a no good poll. Only took 250 people. It's no good.
250 people and 31% undecided?
Yep. It's no good.
Yeah.
It's trash. Put it in the garbage.
You'll have a huge margin of error with only 250 people.
I see the poll. 27, 23. Yeah. Throw this in the trash. I mean,
it's not a good poll. It's a very...
You're muted, Joe.
Yeah, sorry to get anyone excited there. It's just not a good poll. Not a good poll.
Not a good poll. Doesn't mean that Jamal Bowman won't lose. Progressives are allergic to television, so he might lose.
Yeah, can you why have progressives become so allergic to television? I mean, we've talked about this before, but I think for anyone new that might be here tonight, I think this is something interesting to look at here.
I think it's because progressives have this view that television is where big money goes and organizing is for small dollars. And small dollars are seen as better. And small dollars, I mean, hey, nothing wrong with small dollar donations. I don't like the big PACs either. But you can still have a bunch of small dollar donors contribute to a TV ad. So I think that's largely it. I think progressives want to run against the media in a lot of ways, and they can't do that. They don't think they can do that running TV ads. I would gesture to the last 4 years of the Republican Party as my evidence that you can. But I don't get it. I don't understand.
All right, we have two projections from DDHQ and Elections Daily now. We project in the Republican race for the 7th District, Corey Mills will defeat Anthony Sabatini in that primary. And Dylan will like this one in the 10th District on the Democratic side. It will be Maxwell Frost to replace Val Demings in that race. DDHQ has now called that for both races. And welcome now to our glorious editor-in-chief and head of the Elections Daily now, Eric Cunningham. Welcome to the show, Eric.
Hello.
Hello, Eric.
Really, I am beyond impressed by Florida. Every time just watching their elections is a marvel. How quick they're able to count things.
Look at how nice that is. You see how nice we're going to get both worlds tonight. But isn't it, folks? Isn't it nice about how quick they've counted? No, there's no stress. There's no wondering about when numbers will come in next. They just count the ballots.
Mm-hmm. And we know who's won most of these races in an hour.
Because their 2000 election was such a mess? Yes, they were. Mm-hmm. Yes, they were. But you know what they did? They actually fixed their problems, folks.
New York has been a mess as long as I've been paying attention, and they still haven't fixed it.
Oh, we have a projection. We have a projection in from DDHQ.
We do.
They've officially called the governor primary for Charlie Crist.
Yes, we have with that 8 o'clock poll closing time. That does not only does that mean have polls have closed in Oklahoma, but that also does mean that the Panhandle has closed in. In Florida. We don't forget that the Panhandle. This is the Matt Gaetz section of Florida, as some would call it. The Gaetz section has closed. That's why they waited until so long to call it for Crist and for Val Demings as well. Even though Demings faced only nominal opposition, they obviously want to wait until polls close in the Panhandle part of Florida. It's also that takes away the mirage in Florida as well. But what were you going to say there, Eric? Please let us know.
They learned their lesson from years ago when they started calling races before the polls had closed everywhere. Now they usually wait until all of the state is closed before calling the races, just out of responsibility, I suppose you could say. But yeah. Also,
sorry, I just wanted to say also good news on the Florida 10th primary. Glad Alan Grayson won't be returning to Congress.
That is a good thing, quite honestly.
Yeah, I was paying attention to the Laura Loomer Dan Webster primary, and thankfully it looks like Webster is held on there. Webster does not campaign; it doesn't spend money. That's the big problem. Loomer basically spent all of her time in the villages, campaigning there. Webster had a very significant disadvantage in cash on hand, and also just does not campaign or show up to vote as often as he should. All of these are the reasons why there's issues. It's kind of like Scott Tipton, where his voting record isn't something conservatives wouldn't like, but part of it is genuinely he did not show up and he almost got slept on by a nutcase.
And Loomer is an even worse nutcase than Boebert.
So
yeah,
why?
Loomer is insane. Loomer is like actually a lunatic. She has been banned from Uber Eats.
You really have to try hard to get banned from Uber.
She's
a hard thing to do.
You have to be a really hateful person.
So she can't get it genuinely to her?
Like she is. She cannot do Uber Eats. She's been banned from Uber. She's been banned from Lyft. She's been banned from Facebook, from Twitter. She reports for InfoWars occasionally. She protested herself at a play of Shakespeare in the Park, interrupted one of those. She handcuffed herself to the headquarters of Twitter. She's an actual lunatic. That any sane Republican would be able to hold back in a primary by spending money. Amazingly, primary challenges we're seeing here, Republican and Democratic, if you don't spend money in your primary, you can get beaten. Just spend some money, a little bit of money.
So I am curious, though, since it's 99% in, according to DDHQ, why haven't they called it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it's not been called.
Ask the overlords, Eric. Call the overlords.
Yes, ask the overlords. I am curious.
Let's go ahead and see if I can find something here. Most others, I don't know if they were holding off of something. I know Webster was doing a lot better in
Orange
County. Yeah, dominated Orange County.
I have seen some reporting that Loomer won the election day vote in Lake, but that hasn't translated yet.
That didn't win her the county.
Mm-hmm.
And that's definitely in. That's definitely in on DDHQ for sure.
Yeah, that says it's 99% in.
According to Taniel on Twitter, 65% in.
Other places say
because other places not yet reported Orange County.
No, for Lake,
Gotcha.
Specifically for Lake, a lot of places are saying 65% in.
I've got it 95 on the Times as well. I've got it 95.
How many total votes are in on DDHQ compared to others?
It's the same. I've got it same from the Times as it's from. Actually, let me check here. The Times might actually be a little behind on that. Yeah. Maybe a little bit behind from the Times on Lake, but from Decision Desk. But even then, I'm not yet concerned. The drops have not been big enough or strong enough.
Yeah. I'm just thinking we're in the silly zone, so I'm not taking it for granted until it's called.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Okay, so New York Times seems to be wrong on this. They're behind. The Florida election website or FloridaElectionWatch.gov says it is. New York Times only has both people having about 28,000. Florida Elections has Daniel Webster at 50.1%, Loomer at 44.5%, with
that's what we
Webster
have
at 42,000 and Loomer at 37. So yeah, I think New York Times is just actually behind on this.
Yeah, because the Times for whatever reason is not reporting Orange County.
Mm-hmm.
That is
let me look through here. I'm the 10th district.
I also do want to mention the polls have closed in Oklahoma, folks, for that runoff between Mark Wayne Mullen and T.W. Shannon, as well as the House runoff between Josh Breachin and Avery Fricks in the race to replace Mullen, which was, if you remember our stream from back then, that was one of the most interesting House primaries in the country because no one got over, I think, 20% of the vote.
No one got over 15%.
No one got over 15%. That's right. That was just a random race. No one knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah, there were just so many candidates who all were running like good campaigns. They all spent a lot of money. They were all working hard for it. I know that Josh Breckin is supposed to be the, I guess, more conservative one. He's pledged to join the Freedom Caucus, and he's had Ted Cruz come in to endorse him. And he's also gotten endorsements from some of his challengers who didn't make the runoff. So some of the more Oklahoma knowledgeable people that I've spoken to said that they expect him to win tonight by a pretty decent margin. But I guess we'll see. Avery Fricks did come in first in round one by over 1%. But
yeah, I would also mention, apparently I've been told that both of the candidates here are Native American, so this is a heavily Native American seat relative to other seats. This would be probably, I think, second or third in the country behind the old Arizona 1. I think Arizona 1 and New Mexico 3 have more Native Americans total. This would be third. This includes all of the five tribes area of Oklahoma, pretty much all of it. So it's got the brunt of Oklahoma's Native American population. So having a tribal endorsement here is a pretty big deal, or being part of a tribe. So at least from what I've been told from the guy in Oklahoma, that I know that both of them are members of a tribe. So they're both.
That's actually very important.
Yeah, that is important for that district.
Actually, very, very crucial in this race.
Yeah, that is something that will make a major difference. I don't know if the tribe endorsed, but having those connections and having that background is very useful.
Yep.
In the area.
Yeah.
Yep. And also the Senate runoff here, Mark Wayne Mullen and T.W. Shannon in round one. I kind of expected Mullen to just breeze through this thing in the runoff because he almost cleared 50% in round one. It was like there were like half a dozen serious candidates in the race, and he got 43%. But polling recently has shown that T.W. Shannon has made up a lot of ground. So while I don't think that he'll win, I do think it's going to be pretty closer than initially expected.
Mm-hmm. And I just looked it up in DRA. Oklahoma 5 is about 25% voting age population Native American or American Indian, whichever you prefer. I've heard people say both. That's actually more than New Mexico 3rd. New Mexico 3rd is only 20%. And then the new Arizona 1st congressional district, I'm going to look this up as well. That should have taken a huge shift because really just shifting out Democratic white voters for Republican white voters. The new Arizona 2nd district is 21%. Wow, this may actually be the most Native American district in the country. At least if the voting age population is correct. So this would actually be the most Native American, at least if DD8 or if DRA is correct.
Dave's numbers are correct.
Yep. So again, very, very big deal. Tribal representation there.
Very important. Very crucial. We probably won't see results. Oklahoma, for whatever reason, likes to count slow. We might not be seeing results for another 30 minutes to an hour here in Oklahoma. Just letting people know that here.
Yep. Currently, right now in the 1st district, grifter Rebecca Jones has a 20-point lead over the other Democrat on the ballot for the 1st district to go up against Matt Gaetz. You can expect money to be spent on this race now. Not because it's going to be competitive, but because she's a little grifter, and online liberals are dumb. Just like online conservatives are dumb.
I think she did get banned from Twitter.
Yeah, she's been banned from Twitter for platform manipulation.
Then her grifting won't be nearly as insufferable.
Yeah, because she can't have a campaign account, actually. That's a good point.
Yeah, so money might be spent there, but probably not as much as Marcus Flowers is going to spend.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yep.
That's very fair.
Yep. And in the 7th district, Anthony Sabatini is conceded now in that. I think that race has already been called, but he is conceded.
That is correct.
One of those very online candidates. Former Democrat running as an insane Trump conservative.
Hey, it worked for Jeff Van Drew. When do the New York polls close?
Oh, yep. Early and absentee in from Oklahoma Senate. Let's go ahead and look at the results, at least from what I'm seeing here.
It looks like those I don't think those have been posted to the DDHQ yet, but I would guess those are coming in shortly.
Yeah, this is from the Oklahoma Reed Frontier, or the Frontier in Oklahoma. They're saying right now Mullen has a 20-point lead over Shannon, 59.6 to 40.4. And then in Oklahoma 2, Breachin is up 52.4 to 47.6. This is with early and absentee votes only. So this is not any election day vote.
That's certainly interesting.
And Dylan, New York closes in about 48 minutes.
Why did I think they closed at 8?
I always think that too, but they never do. I don't get why.
They should. They should close at 8.
They should close it. Don't
It
they
just
open at
makes
7?
sense.
I mean, I was going to say, don't they open at 7 Eastern?
Again, we're going to see the best administered elections in the country in Florida, one of the worst in New York. Genuinely dreadful. I think they've made some improvements.
They have.
And for those who are going to say, yeah, and for those who are going to say that that it's a Republican versus a Democratic thing, not really. New York has this actually really dumb system where county election administrators are appointed, and many of them are literal nepotism people who have no experience in administering elections, doing entire counties. And keep in mind, a county includes all of Manhattan, all of the Bronx, all of Brooklyn, all of Staten Island. All of these gigantic counties are part of New York City, just boroughs are one county, and they all have their own election administrators that are just often appointed on a nepotism basis that have no idea what they're doing.
Do we thank Andrew Cuomo, Bill de Blasio, or Eric Adams for this travesty? Or all
That is
three?
a really good question.
I think it's all. I think it's mostly Cuomo.
That's
I wish we had Adam
the
on
least
because Adam could
surprising
explain.
thing.
Yeah, I wish you had Adam on because he could explain this. New York obviously New York has some issues with their absentee ballot counting process, among other things. Much of New York's administration, though, would be improved if they actually hired competent election officials. It did not give them as political appointees, as patronage choices.
What? Okay, again, maybe I'm the weirdo, but if I'm going for a nepotism hire, why would I want to run an election office?
It's money for basically doing nothing.
Yeah, but now I have a bunch of nerds yelling at me on Twitter.
You probably don't have a Twitter. You're probably the son of some rich billionaire who's been gifted this position. Like, it's just pretty dumb. It's dumb overall.
Just make me just make me like, I don't know. I'm weird. I would be content just being a house plant.
And I will want to say that the times have now updated for Daniel Webster in Orange County. They now show the same results we do, in which Webster is up and has seemingly won his race.
Oh, good. So it's over.
It does seem to be over.
Okay, cool. Now we can just get ready for Laura Loomer, Dan Webster 2.0.
Yeah, Carl Palladino. What a guy, Carl.
That's not what I meant, but yes.
What's the 2.0? Oh, you're talking about
I meant round 2. I meant round 2 in 24.
Oh, I hope not. Dear God.
You think Laura Loomer won't try again now that she knows she has an actual chance?
I'm just saying I don't want it.
Let's just enjoy this moment while we can.
I don't think me, Eric, or Jacob particularly want that, quite honestly.
No.
Just being honest here, I don't think any of us really want that because, again, Loomer is a nut job. There are many screws loose up there, The nails do not fit in her head very much, I have to say. I have more nails here in my drawer than Laura Loomer does putting her brain together, quite honestly. So, just not a good person. Not a good nor a sane person.
It always makes me happy when all of us can shit on a terrible Republican together. It's heartwarming.
That's true.
No, Bart. Laura Loomer will keep running until Elon Musk unbans her Twitter account.
That's probably what all these people were hoping for, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'll never not be entertained by all of the online conservatives who had their hopes filled and dashed in like a month by Elon Musk.
What a time and tribulation that was too. It was certainly a summer. We're coming with this primary. We have come up to the end, technically, of our summer of primaries. We may still show up. It is quite likely we will try and show up for the September 13th primaries. New Hampshire and Rhode Island are both those nights. We will try.
This might be my last until the midterm since law school.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see whether or not we go there or not. But if we do not, then this is our last election night primary. The summer of primaries basically does end tonight. It was a good one. It was a long one. It was a good one. We certainly thank everyone who stuck with us during the summer of primary. We started it all the way basically back in May. Technically, we did have Texas first in March, the first round of Texas results, but the summer of primaries truly started around May 3rd. I was still at college at this point. I have now ended the summer of primaries back at college. Obviously, most of my time was spent back at home in Pennsylvania. If you watch the streams, you can see, if you check the Texas and Ohio ones and now the Florida, New York, and Oklahoma runoff ones, you will see that I am in a significantly different office location than I am when I'm back at home in Pennsylvania. That's just me in my room here. Back in Pennsylvania, I was allowed to take over the office in my house, so that's why you saw a little bit of a nicer room there. Jacob has also switched some places when he's been on, I think, because he's back at school now. I think. And Dylan and Eric have stayed in the same place because they're both adults who can do that now. So otherwise, as we're still waiting for some results to come in, we definitely want to thank everyone for sticking with us here. We really do truly appreciate it. It's been a very good time here. It's been a great time through these primaries.
And we'll still have elections weekly.
We, of course, yes. Oh, yes. Do not worry, folks. Elections weekly is staying. Don't worry about that. We unlike last times, elections weekly is truly a weekly podcast now, especially within the build up to the midterms. Trust us. We will be back. Me, Eric, and Dylan. Krause is taking a break until election night because of his law school schedule.
Yeah,
Eric,
I'll be irregular probably, but
yeah. But at the very least, me and Eric will be on. Maybe we can invite Jacob sometime. We might invite Jacob sometime as well. We might also try and invite our good friend Adam Trencher back. We might try and force him onto a show or two on Friday nights.
If you guys get Adam, I need to be here.
Yep.
But otherwise, though, yes.
We still got to get his advice on the second best pizza place in New York aside from Sbarro.
No, I need him to explain the New York 10 composition to me. I need him to explain to me how the Upper East Side and Upper West Side are different.
Oh, yeah.
Well, again, one has rich white Christians, the other has rich white Jews. They're very major culture, unassailable, very different cultures, right? There's nothing in common whatsoever.
Yeah.
Nope.
Definitely not just a bunch of rich white people. Definitely not. Otherwise, though, in terms of the summer primaries, this is our last expected show. Again, we will try and come on live for New Hampshire and Rhode Island. We'll see what our schedules look like. Elections weekly will still be continuing, of course, as expected. That is an every Friday night thing. At the very least, me and Eric will be continuing that podcast as well. Otherwise, here, though, we will, after tonight, once we calm down, once these New York results are over, that's when we'll call in for until election night 2022, potentially. If not, like I said, it does seem like September 13th. We will at the very least have some sort of stream up here for you guys here on September 13th. Otherwise, though, it will be after at least until after the 13th. Then at the very least, that will be until election day 2022, until we come back for an election night stream. And then until then, of course, we'll go on break a little bit. We'll go through a review section, of course, for those primaries as well. But after that section, I'm going to take a bit of a sabbatical until I'm going to be alive. But from Thanksgiving until the end of my finals period, I'll take a little bit of sabbatical. I know that Eric likes to take a little bit of a sabbatical as well post-election day. Dylan and Krause both take a sabbatical as well as they get ready to finish up another semester of law school. So otherwise, we're getting to the point here now, folks, where it is now the general election. There are very little primaries to talk about. So be prepared, but so subscribe and be ready, because this is going to be a great time. I am very, very excited for what we have planned in November. It's always one of our always have been one of our biggest streams of the year. I now have Wi-Fi at college that always works. The Wi-Fi in my new place is very, very high resolution. So there will be no issues on that, folks. We don't have to worry about that anymore. That's a great thing. But otherwise.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll have the production value seems to go up every time, so I'm sure we'll have an even better show.
Well, hopefully the production value for election night 2022 is going to be very, very good.
Definitely.
That is the hope. And we do, as I end my spiel here about thank yous, we go back to results. We do have the results have dropped in from Oklahoma in the Senate primary runoff. Markwayne Mullin has a 61-38 lead in most of these early ballot drops. Unsurprisingly, has a pretty large advantage in his old congressional district, is where he's having the large advantage. He's also getting pretty good numbers out of the Panhandle area as well right now. Shannon doing a little bit better in and around Oklahoma City and some parts of central Oklahoma, where he's winning some counties. So, and then the U.S. House primary runoff between Breachin and Fricks. Most of the early votes have dropped into there as well. Breachin leads 55-45.
What about the candidate? What about the candidate Carrie Lake unendorsed?
Oh, how's he doing? Apparently they're tied. Very little votes, but apparently they're tied.
And that guy is a true act. That guy makes Laura Loomer look like a sane and well-adjusted candidate.
Oh dear. That's never good. Why is it always the state?
He has explicitly made a bunch of anti-Semitic, like genuinely anti-Semitic comments about the Jews controlling the world, the Zionists, all sorts of other things. Bunch of all the conspiracy theories under the book. And Carrie Lake decided to endorse this person before people realized, oh, that's a really terrible idea. You shouldn't be doing that.
I mean,
Darren Jackson once said, "I love Jews because God told me to, not because they deserve it."
Oh boy!
Oh God! Oh, that's so bad. Oh, no.
That's almost like laughably anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that's almost that's like laughably like bad. That's like I can't believe someone would say that bad. But anyway. The good news we've been waiting for, Decision Desk HQ has now projected and called that Daniel Webster has held off an upset from Laura Loomer.
There we
going
go.
Back to Congress in the 11th District. No worse Lauren Boebert situation here tonight.
Well, hey, Carl Palladino
Congress.
Carl Palladino still has a chance to be worse Lauren Boebert.
Well, we're not there yet. We still have 30 minutes. Thank the Lord. But Webster has survived the night, and that will basically end our Florida coverage for tonight. We have the results in from all those key races now. We basically have the announcement of multiple new Republican candidates for Congress at this point. Very likely the next many likely Republicans here as they run in here. This includes Aaron Bean in the 4th District, Laurel Lee in the 15th, Anna Paulina Luna in the 13th, and Corey Mills in the 7th. It's pretty likely they're all heading back to Congress at this point. They're all heading to Congress. I think we have all of these races actually rated as likely Republican. The 4th, where we are potentially thinking about moving to safe Republican. Bean is a pretty good candidate for that race. It's about a Trump plus 9 seat. I believe we have it rated as likely Republican right now. We'll move it to safe Republican, I think, with that result in the balance here. The other 3, we're going to keep it likely Republican, especially the 15th and 7th. Those are still relatively narrow Trump victories there. And the 13th, Paulina Luna, while winning this primary, still has some questionable candidacy questions. So we're going to keep that as likely Republican as well. But otherwise, though, right now, no surprises, I would say, maybe in Florida. Go to Eric here. Obviously, it looks like Sabatini is going to get beat pretty badly. Are you surprised by, at least in that regard, are you surprised by kind of how wide it seems like his primary margin is going to be?
Not terribly surprised by it, no. I mean, again, he's a very online candidate running a very online populist campaign. The others had more credible endorsements. I don't think Sabatini ever got the Trump endorsement even. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, that's something that would have made a difference here. But yeah, I think it was a doomed struggle for him from the start, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Obviously, he did significantly better in his home area of Seminole, but Volusia, pretty bad right there for him right now. And I think I've seen in the chat here, maybe this would be a question to ask himself. There are some rumors he could have carpet bagged to the 11th district after the redistricting obviously decided not to. There are, I think, maybe some questions now asked of tonight that Sabatini could have beaten Webster, but there's also probably the question that Webster would have taken someone like Sabatini much more seriously than he did Laura Loomer. So nice edge there. But really no surprises out of Florida tonight. I don't think that was going to be unexpected. Florida has been other than state general elections, Florida in primaries has been relatively unsurprising, really, other than the 2018 gubernatorial election on the Democratic side. People were not expecting Aaron Gillum to win that race right there. That was not expected, that's for sure. But otherwise, Florida, pretty unsurprising night here. Very, very unsurprising night here in Florida. We consider our coverage basically done there. We are starting to see results coming from Oklahoma very, very slowly. But otherwise, though, it is 8:30. So we're 30 minutes. We're 30 minutes from polls closing in New York. That's when the real fun starts. There are multiple key Democratic and Republican primaries waiting to occur here. There are multiple key races.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Eric since Eric still only just got here. I'm going to go to Eric first here. Eric, what are some of the key Republican primaries you're looking for in New York?
Oh, one thing first and foremost is that DDHQ has called Florida 11 for Daniel Webster. They did finally call that one, so that's out of the way. Obviously, we're looking at two special elections, New York 19, New York 23. We expect both to go Republican, but we expect 19 to be closer. This is the one the Democrats are hoping that they can win, but even internals are pretty iffy for them right now. For primaries on the Democratic side, districts 10 and 12. 10 is an open district stretching from lower Manhattan to Brooklyn to South Brooklyn, including parts of Borough Park. Dan Goldman is generally considered to be the favorite here, but we haven't got a whole lot of quality polling, and it's a pretty divided field. Yuleen New and Caroline Rivera seem to be the other two most prominent challengers to Goldman, but Goldman has the New York Times endorsement, has the Orthodox endorsement, it seems, is basically doing very, very well overall. He's the most moderate of that field. Not a moderate candidate, but he is the least liberal in a district progressives are hoping to pick up. This is
no, I would say he's moderate. I would say Dan Goldman, I mean, he's as right-wing a Democrat as you're going to elect in this seat. He's
in the seat, but he's about like the same as Stephen Lynch. Like he'd be like the probably the least liberal Democrat in the New York delegation, but that's not saying much.
I mean, he's opposed to universal health care.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, he had some weird comments on abortion that didn't make a whole lot of sense, but yeah, so regardless, he'll be in the right flank of the party. He'd be replacing Maloney probably in that wing of the party. In the 12th, we expect Jerry Nadler to be the winner there. Obviously, nothing has been happening. There's been no results there, but Nadler is leading all public polling. Carolyn Maloney has become increasingly deranged in the last few days of the campaign. Her just been generally nonsensical. It seems like she's finally let the veil slip that she's previously kind of only hinted at the past of the anti-vax nonsense. But we expect Nadler to win that. New York 16, I think, is the Sean Patrick Maloney.
That's 17, Eric.
Yeah, 17. Alessandra Briggs primary. Again, Maloney is favored in that. Progressives are really mad at him for forcing Mondaire Jones out of a seat. In particular, that's the very, very not happy about that. And then
very bad decision.
Yeah, arguably, yeah. I mean, it's a good decision for Sean Patrick Maloney, but not really for everyone else. Yeah. On the Republican side, the first district is open. Lee Zeldin is running for governor for some reason, and so that seat is open. That's a competitive district, but it's one we have as I think leans are likely Republican. Both of the nominees here seem pretty interchangeable. The really crazy one will be New York 23. Chris Jacobs inexplicably decided to support gun control and assault weapons ban and all forms of gun control, and then immediately announced he was not going to run for re-election because doing so in a Western New York district is political suicide. This seat is very, very, very Republican. It's not as Republican as it could be because it takes, and I believe it takes some parts of Ithaca, some college areas, but it's still very Republican. It's a very Republican Trump double-digit seat, about as red as you get in New York. The two nominees here are, let's start with the crazy one, which is Carl Palladino. Carl Palladino is a known figure in New York politics, and not in a good way. He ran for governor in 2010, and he did very well in Western New York. He actually won Erie County. The problem was he got clobbered everywhere else in the state. He lost by a 2-1 margin to Andrew Cuomo. But he did well in Western New York. Then he was elected to the Erie County Board of Supervisors, Board of Elections, which is not a huge role, but like, again, he's someone who's pretty well known in this Western New York, Buffalo-centric district. In recent years, he's come under controversy for saying a bunch of things that are either insane or outright racist. A couple examples here. The first one is that he, in 2016, he made a very bizarre comment about Michelle Obama returning to Africa to marry a gorilla, which yeah, again, exceptionally racist comment here. He praised Adolf Hitler at one point. I think he was praising his rhetorical action, but he said we need more leaders like Adolf Hitler right now. Never a good sign. He intentionally, his campaign employed a known pedophile.
Don't praise Hitler, kids. That's a bad idea.
Yeah. His campaign employed a known pedophile on the sex offender registry. and he called for the execution of Merrick Garland following the Mar-a-Lago raid. So the guy is nuts. He's also endorsed by a bunch of Republicans, including Donald Trump Jr., I think.
And Elise.
No, I actually get. He's been endorsed by Elise Stefanik, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Rob Astorino, and New York Republican Club, among others. Nick Langworthy is the chair of the New York Republican Party and is running as basically a normal upstate Republican. So we're going to see who the winner is here. I believe this is simultaneous with a special election, I think. Or no, there's no special election here. Sorry. Yeah, they renumber the district. So the new 23rd is not really the Tom Reed seat or the Chris Jacobs seat. Basically, there's a special election tonight, and there's an original one. The two special elections, of course, are the 23rd, which is that very safe Republican district, upstate New York. Republicans will carry it. It's not going to be competitive. And then in the 19th district, you've got Democrat Ned Ryan against Mark Molinaro, who is the Republican nominee.
Pat Ryan, my friend.
Pat Ryan. Yep. And you got Mark Molinaro, who's the Republican candidate for governor in 2014. He did very well in upstate New York. He's very well known in Dutchess County, which is in the district. This is a Trump +2 or a Biden +2-ish seat, but it's one Republicans are expecting to pick up. Antonio Delgado is retiring from this, resigns to become lieutenant governor for Kathy Hochul. If this is close, this is something Republicans would love to see because this is a seat that should flip in a Republican-leaning midterm. I've seen people say that 4 points would be a good one. I've seen people say 6 points. I've seen people say 8 points. We expect Republicans to win here. It will be a surprise if Ryan wins. Democratic internals do not have Ryan up. There has not been a whole lot of polling here. So basically, we're expecting Republicans to win the district, to flip the district. But we don't know the margin, and an upset is possible. If we were to rate this thing, I don't think we rated it. It would probably be a likely Republican, lean or likely. Just because of the element of uncertainty, because Democrats are not confident at all in this district.
Yeah, I would say leans is probably fair for where we're at here. New York has the potential to do to me what Pennsylvania primary night did to Joe.
Make you want to kill yourself?
I don't know about that far, but close.
Oh, man, come on. You were on the stream with me that night. Eric was there, too. He saw me wanting to throw myself off the roof of my house in Pennsylvania. He saw that.
Close, though. I mean, look,
can't believe that was almost 3 months ago now. Can you believe that, Dylan? That was almost 3 months ago.
Time is a funny thing.
Time is a funny thing.
But no, seriously, like New York, especially New York 10, has two really good disability advocates running for Congress. They also have Dan Goldman and Elizabeth Holtzman for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason.
We all know the real meme outcome tonight is Holtzman winning. We all know that's the meme outcome we want.
Holtzman did a really weird thing where she did a rally with Carolina Rivera praising her as the next generation of the Democratic Party and then saying, but I'm not endorsing her and I'm still running. Like, I don't understand what's going on in this district.
Ego, it sounds like. It sounds like ego to me.
Mondaire Jones and Yulene New also held a rally together.
That one was weirder, quite honestly.
That one was very strange. I'm glad
Dylan, I very much apologize to interrupt you here. But Decision Desk HQ has already have a call now in the Oklahoma Senate, GOP Senate runoff. Not unexpectedly, Mark Wayne Mullen has won that runoff. He will be, almost certainly the next senator from Oklahoma. 99.9% sure that he will be the next senator from Oklahoma. He will face Madison Horn, not related to Kendra Horn, who is the candidate who is the candidate against Mark Wayne in the special. Madison Horn is facing Langford in the regular election. This is very confusing sometimes, folks. This will also be confusing in the 19th special election because technically, while Molinaro is still running in the new 19th for the general election, Ryan is actually running in the new 18th for the general election. So technically, whichever one of these guys wins will be if Ryan wins, he will technically be an incumbent who is running in the 18th district, while Maloney would be an incumbent for the 19th district, still running in the 19th district. It's very confusing. Very confusing times, folks.
So if Dan Goldman wins the 10th district primary, does that count as a Trump endorsement victory?
Yes.
Yes, I think we have to. I think we'd have to count that, wouldn't we? Just for the meme purposes alone.
Wait,
Now, the big question is...
Wait, I'm sorry. I missed the question. What was it?
If Dan Goldman wins the 10th district primary, does that count as a Trump endorsement win?
Of course it does. And we'd also have to play taps for Mondaire Jones.
Yes, we do.
I guess so, yeah.
He is a member of Congress.
This is just a weird thing that's happening. It's very rare to see. I believe also state Senate elections, I believe, are also happening tonight as well in New York. That was another map that was forced to change, I believe.
Yes,
those are also happening tonight, but
I'm following those, but I know we're not.
The Trump endorsement is, by the way, Wikipedia official. It is listed as a Republican endorsement, but rejected by Goldman.
Really? Yeah. I didn't see that. Hold up, I gotta check this.
I'm sorry, that's amazing.
That's a real thing?
That's very funny.
Please be a real thing.
That is very funny. No, okay, no matter what happens tonight in New York 10, Mondaire Jones is likely to come in fourth place. And that is...
Oh, it's right there. That's beautiful. I'm going to share this. This has to be shared with the people.
Like, that's sad for Mondaire Jones because he's not a bad congressman, but it's also kind of funny.
There it is. There it is, folks. The Trump endorsement for Dan Goldman.
U.S. president.
That was rejected by Goldman.
That's just wonderful. Honestly,
God bless Wikipedia for that. Thank you, Wikipedia editors.
We
also appreciate you.
Eric Swalwell got the Dan Goldman endorsement as well, or endorsed Dan Goldman as well for some reason.
Well, Eric Swalwell and Trump always agreeing with each other.
Definitely.
I do find it fun that Trump and the DCCC agreed on Michigan's third, and now Trump and Eric Swalwell are agreeing in New York 10.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, defeating progressives make for strange bedfellows.
Horseshoe theory is real.
Horseshoe theory is real, but for the moderates. For the moderates and the conservatives.
Do we have any update for that Oklahoma second runoff?
Checking the times right now. That's the one we're using for that runoff for the second district. It is still Breachin. We got about 30% of the vote in Breachin is up by just over 4 points. It's up by about 4.5 points right now.
Okay, pretty close. And it looks like the Jaron Jackson guy who Kerry Lake withdrew the endorsement from is now losing by about 10 points.
Whoa. Oh, hooray. Yes, look at that.
That's good.
Good on going, Oklahoma.
By the way, aren't we supposed to be getting Alaska results tonight?
I think there was a small update with them earlier today, but
only first preference.
Also, would Maxwell Frost be the youngest member of Congress? I think he would.
Yeah, he would.
25.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Bo Hines is 26, isn't he?
Yeah, Hines would be beaten by Frost, yeah.
B. Barber asks if Nadler is going to lose. That would be shocking.
Yes.
Nadler has the New York Times and Chuck Schumer backing him. And Maloney's campaign strategy has gotten increasingly desperate. Like we said earlier, criticizing Jerry Nadler for his age despite being younger than her. Okay, primary season is always fun, but God, I'm glad it's over. This has had some very cursed races. In 2020, all we had was the Massachusetts Senate primary between Markey and Kennedy. I feel like we've had 4 of those.
So for this special election in the 23rd, what is it that Pat Ryan, like, what's his background?
I believe he's a local elected official.
Do you know what to?
Let me look it up. I don't want to say the wrong thing. He's the Ulster County executive.
Okay. Okay, so 2 elected officials against each other.
Yeah, Pat Ryan isn't a bad candidate by any stretch. I don't think he's as good as Molinaro, but he's a solid Democratic recruit.
Yeah, and both of them are going to be in the general election in different districts, regardless of what happens.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, I still haven't fully wrapped my head around that, but so Ryan is running in the 18th in November, and Molinaro is still in the 19th, or am I mixing them up?
No, I think you've got that.
Yeah, and it looks like all those polls showing T.W. Shannon closing the gap have not proven to manifest in reality so far. Mark Wayne Mullins kind of running away with this thing. Yeah. And while I'm talking about that, it's pretty incredible how young the new Republican Senate caucus is going to be after so many of these candidates have won. Mark Wayne Mullin is 44. Eric Schmidt is 47. J.D. Vance is 37, I think. And then Katie Britt's like 40. If Blake Masters wins, he's 35. He would still be older than John Ossoff by a few months, but it's pretty incredible, especially since the Republican Party is known as the party of the old white guys. And now we're getting a bunch of these young white guys and a young woman too, and Katie Britt. So it's just nice to see some young people getting elected to those positions.
Contrast that with Democrats replacing Pat Leahy with oh God, what's his name? He has a very funny name.
What's his name, dude?
Vermont Congressman Peter something.
Peter Welch. That's
Peter
it.
Welch.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like 73.
Yeah, replacing an 85-year-old with a 73-year-old. Progress.
Wait, supposedly, from what I'm reading, just to go over some more election results, conservatives are claiming victory in 2 Florida counties and school board races. This conservative group is claiming, from what I can tell, it seems to be accurate, that they flipped Sarasota County from a liberal majority to a conservative majority on the school board, as well as Miami-Dade County. That would be the bigger one. Supposedly, they flipped the Miami-Dade County school board from liberal to conservative.
And what was the first one you said?
Sarasota County.
Sarasota.
That would be, I think, Pensacola. Very Republican county. But Miami-Dade obviously not as Republican of a county.
Now, has anyone claimed that besides this Republican group?
From what I'm seeing, it seems to be generally reported, at least that one of the Miami-Dade candidates.
Somebody in the chat said that they flipped Sarasota a while ago. Our friend Jonathan Reutenberg.
Yep.
Yeah, I did see that. I'm an idiot, so I thought Sarasota was in California, and I thought we were talking about something else. You don't ask me about geography. It's just not a good idea.
Oh, boy. So in the second district, Breachin, it's about 48% of the vote in. Breachin continues to hold that about 4.5% of the vote lead over Avery Fricks. This is the one that could potentially come down to the wire here.
How insane is Breachin?
He's going to join the Freedom Caucus.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to be like a Marjorie Taylor Greene type, if that's what you're asking. He's going to be more conservative, definitely more of the firebrand type, I guess. But I mean, I don't expect many problems to come from him. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's been endorsed by Ted Cruz, and Ted Cruz kind of has the habit of endorsing the really conservative candidates, but he really doesn't endorse like a whole lot of too inflammatory people for the most part. He did endorse Josh Mandel.
Well, nobody can be as inflammatory as Ted Cruz. That's one of his rules.
Yeah, Ted Cruz. If you follow Ted Cruz's endorsements, usually who Axiom and Jeff Rowe are working for. If you look at that, if you look through that, that's usually who Ted Cruz decides to back.
Yep, he had Josh Mandel, Dave McCormick, and Eric Schmidt in Missouri.
Glenn Youngkin too, when that was going on in 2021.
Yeah, he endorsed Youngkin before the convention, I believe.
That is correct. Youngkin as well was also endorsed by Cruz and was also an Axiom guy as well. Thanks to VPAP, if anyone who's following wants to look up VPAP, if you want to look it up there, it's you can see all the times that Youngkin put money towards Axiom in his spending reports. Quite a lot of money went towards Axiom in that campaign.
Yep. Axiom is the one that ran his presidential campaign back in 2016.
Cruz, yeah.
Oh, Ted Cruz.
Oh, Ted Cruz.
All right, only about 8.5
less than
more
10 minutes till New York.
Woo!
We're getting there. See, this is the double-edged sword with Florida on primary nights. You can get a very, very good result on election night.
This wouldn't be too bad if New York just went at 8 like normal people.
Yeah, I don't know why they have to go at 9 Eastern instead of 8 Eastern. But hey, who knows?
Looks like in his victory speech, Charlie Crist has said Governor Ron DeSantis only cares about the White House. He doesn't care about your house.
Ooh.
Why is the slogan he's going to run for president? That doesn't seem like a great campaign strategy to me.
I guess just, Ron DeSantis is so ambitious. He only cares about his political future instead of the people of Florida, something along those lines, I guess. I don't think it's that strong, but I mean,
it has a logic to it, but I don't think it's going to be an effective message.
It'll be interesting to see how Chris runs for sure in this race. And I will say that Josh Breachin has increased his lead back to around 5 points over Avery Fricks. About 54.
Very consistent.
So it's tracking towards, it looks like, Breachin, unless we see something big shift in the northern part of this district, which I don't think it will. We're tracking pretty well towards a Breachin victory. And he, again, pretty clear path to Congress then. For Breachin. So it should be no surprise, quite honestly. When he wins in November. All right. We're getting very close. Folks. 7 minutes till New York. We're almost there.
Yep.
It's been a long night, but we're almost there.
So our next election is Massachusetts. I believe, on
Oh,
the
that's
6th.
right,
The 6th.
Massachusetts.
There's nothing happening there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Other than the coronation for Maura Healey.
And then I think everything else, like all the other New England ones, are all on the 13th.
That
and
is
the
correct.
big ones is like New Hampshire,
Rhode Island.
the Rhode Island governor's Democratic primary. Everyone go check out my article on that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Plug
That's
there.
a very interesting situation of really the only situation where an incumbent governor can lose a primary. When that incumbent governor was an appointed lieutenant governor. Usually that's how that goes. And we have that situation in Rhode Island where also Dan McKee has struggled in terms of approval rating as well. So
somebody asked what we think of New York 17. I know Eric already answered that, but
I would be surprised if
like
Maloney
to.
lost. Like I would be legitimately surprised if he lost.
Yeah.
He deserves it, though.
He does deserve it.
He deserves it. He pulled a pretty jerk move. He in theory does deserve it. I doubt he will.
No, Alessandra Biaggi. Okay, the main problem with her is she's also not from the district.
Talk about her a little bit.
She's
What's her
from
background?
down south in Westchester, right? She's not from the northern edge of it.
Yeah, Biaggi's not bad. I like Biaggi quite a bit, and I am glad she's trying to run for Congress. I wish she was running in a district she actually represented in the state house, but
so she's a state representative.
Yeah, she's a state representative. She was elected in that anti-IDC movement. She was, I believe, one of the progressives who won there. And she's been all right. She's been pretty good. Unfortunately, she'd be running against Jamal Bowman, state senator. I'm sorry. She'd be running against Jamal Bowman if she ran where she currently represents, which would not be ideal. But I mean, I don't know. Maloney sucks. I don't think I've liked a single decision he's made as DCCC chair. Yeah, she was originally running in New York's 3rd. Yes.
Okay. The chat is saying that she's actually a state senator.
Yes, state senator.
Yep, state senator.
Yeah. Thank you, chat.
What would we do without you?
Yeah, thank you for the assist. But no, I mean, Biaggi's not bad. I just wish she was running elsewhere. And I wish Maloney had a better primary challenger because he sucks and I'd like to see him gone.
Okay, just had a big drop out of the 2nd district in Oklahoma. Breacham's lead is now down to just under 4 points.
Okay.
Seems
big movement there.
And so I think we saw more coming from the more northern part of the district here.
Seems like it's been hovering between 4 and 5.
We seem to have been sticking there this whole night.
I really wish Mondaire Jones had stayed in New York 17.
That would have been a show. Yeah. That would have been a show.
That would have been so. Okay, that would have been rewarding to watch because Maloney would have been done. He wasn't winning that.
Apparently, Maloney didn't give him any kind of warning.
Notice, no.
Yeah. Which, thank you, Maloney. Sean Pat. There was a very easy way to solve all this, and I remember saying it when it happened. Instead of taking Delgado and making him lieutenant governor, just make Mondaire Jones lieutenant governor. We have solved like 3 problems in the New York congressional races if you do that. Because
that would have certainly solved multiple issues, that's for sure.
Yeah, Maloney can go relatively unopposed because he won't be kicking Mondaire Jones out. Jerry Nadler and Carolyn Maloney probably don't run against each other because there won't be a looming incumbent threat. And Maloney doesn't gain the ire of literally everybody, including Richie Torres, who Richie Torres makes a regular habit of punching the New York left in the nose. So when a New York moderate gets him mad, you know you messed up.
So I just looked, and Alessandra Biaggi has raised $807,000 So
It's a respectable
pretty
number.
good. Yeah, that's a respectable amount. But Sean Patrick Maloney has millions. So
Well, he's the DCCC chair. I mean,
yeah,
Mhm.
and that would be pretty embarrassing if the DCCC chair lost his primary challenge.
I mean, it would be embarrassing, but it wouldn't be as embarrassing as the DCCC chair trying to primary out one of his own incumbents in a not super safe seat.
Yeah, isn't the point of being the chair to protect your members?
Yeah,
that's usually the point.
yeah. I mean,
I'm new to this whole politics thing, but that's how I thought it was.
would it be an understatement to say that Maloney might have just killed the career of literally 3 Democratic incumbents with this move?
Mhm.
What would the 3 be? It would be Jones. Who else?
Jones, either Nadler or Maloney, because I think they run for New York 10 if Jones isn't there. So 2. And potentially his own, because he might still lose.
Who
Yeah,
knows?
what is it?
Mhm.
Anyways,
Is it a district
it
Biden won
is
by
9
10?
o'clock. It is 9
It's
o'clock.
B
Polls have
plus
closed
7
in
or
New York,
8.
folks. Polls have closed in New York State. It is 9 o'clock Eastern time. Polls have finally closed in New York. Thank the Lord.
Hooray!
Now to wait another hour for the results to come in.
Let's see when these results start to come in.
Yeah, and Jacob, it's I believe D plus 7, but
Okay.
apparently the reason Mondaire Jones left was because he was down in internal polling.
Right, yeah.
So if Mondaire Jones is down in internal polling,
Mhm.
I doubt Sean Patrick Maloney, who doesn't represent most of that district, I highly doubt he's up in polling.
Yep.
But who knows? I'm also new to this politics thing.
All right, folks. New York has closed. That means we do have to play just a little section of an important song here. Oh. Sing along if you know the lyrics, folks.
Or
I don't sing. Yeah, I don't sing.
I don't know what song this is.
You never heard me?
Sinatra.
I'm leaving today.
It's Johnny Cash, but I don't know what the song is.
This Frank Sinatra.
That's not Johnny Cash.
It sounds like Johnny Cash.
Oh,
Did he just say
no.
that Sinatra was Johnny Cash? Sir,
Yes.
Oh,
I
no.
that is massive discrimination against the
Oh
Italian.
no! Adam is going to find you and he's going to kill you, Dylan.
Yeah.
He's watching this on his big screen. He just threw his water bottle at the big screen. He's watching this on at his college.
did. Oh my god. All right. Hey. Everyone gets one anti-Italian thing.
Italian X. It's Italian X.
Oh.
All right, so polls have closed in New York. We don't know how long it's going to take for us to get results out of here, but polls have closed. So, what are we most excited for outside of the specials? Which is the primary?
New York
which is
10.
the primary that we're looking at for.
Well, I'm
What's
most excited for Carolyn Maloney's deranged rant that she's going to go on after losing to Nadler.
That is the only thing I have to be excited about is Oh, I actually have an interesting question for everyone.
Go right ahead.
In New York 10, Yuleen New has been endorsed by the Working Families Party. Do we, bless you, do we
Thank
think
you.
she runs on the working family line in the general election if she loses to Goldman? There's really no Republican who would run. So
That's a good question.
I could see it, honestly.
The downside is very limited. Like, the downside is you lose, which you already have. So, like,
Yeah, what's the downside here? I mean,
This is a scenario that's been talked about, though, in other Republican Democratic primaries, I should say.
Yeah.
So it's never come across. I think candidates have done it to avoid basically exercising of the candidate, because apparently most people will be kicked out. But
Counterpoint, Joe. Byron Brown just did this in New York.
That's true. He did.
Just did this and won. look, I don't think it's going to happen, but if I were it, what the other Democratic primaries didn't necessarily have was a viable ticket that could be run on. Like the Working Families Party is an option available. Yes, Joe Crowley didn't run for it when he had it against AOC, but I don't think anyone expects this to be a resounding primary victory for Goldman versus New York 14, which was a pretty resounding defeat for Joe Crowley. He lost by 17 points.
It was pretty bad.
Like that's not a close race.
Not at all.
It was not. No.
I expect this to be within 5 to 10 points, regardless of who wins. And given what the Working Families Party and all of the candidates have said about Goldman, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
We have our first results in for the special election in the 19th district.
Ooh.
We do. Where are these from? But Pat Ryan is up about 5 points according to in fact, I'm just going to share these results straight here to the website. And I'm going to keep them up because I think this is going to be the one where people are watching.
Looks like these are from, I'm looking through all the counties here.
It's not from Dutchess. Where are these from?
It's not from Ulster.
Not from Greene, Montgomery.
It's from Schoharie County.
Schoharie.
What can you tell me about that county? I know nothing.
I'm going to Google it real quick because I don't know off the county names too well. Again, we don't know where these results are from. I'm pretty sure this is a more conservative-leaning county. This would be this is a Trump plus 29 county. So this would not be good, obviously.
I will bet that he'd early vote.
Yeah, this is a Trump plus 29 county. What about the congressional races? Let's look at those.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we have some results in for quite a few of them.
Oh, okay.
Wow, New York getting their shit together.
Wow.
24, Claudia Tenney. Surprisingly, right now pulling 56% in her 24th district primary, according to DDHQ.
New York 12, Jerry Nadler up 55-27 on Maloney.
Oh boy.
Oh. All right, so let's check the 10th now.
I'm pulling up the 10th right now. It is close. Daniel Goldman in first, Uline New in second. Mondaire Jones is in third. He's pulling 18% out of this early vote drop with Carolina Rivera in fourth with 15%.
Look at Mondaire. Where's
Holtzman's all the way down in sixth.
I'm sorry. That just
Bill de Blasio somehow getting 0.6% of the vote here. I wasn't even on the ballot.
Good for Bill. Good for Bill. Okay, unironically,
Suraj Patel at 15%. That's actually legitimately hilarious.
Suraj. Okay, what are the odds Suraj Patel passes Carolyn Maloney?
That would be funny.
Nicole,
I have to say that Nadler is a pretty big favorite right now.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Mm-hmm. So it looks like we have more results in for the special election.
Ryan is very much dominating of this early results. I don't know where they came from.
Probably from Ulster County. Yeah, it's Ulster County. That's
Ulster. That's the super blue one, right?
Yeah, he's 79
up 80.
20.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. That's. I mean, that's even though that's early vote, that's still pretty good. That's what you'd want to see, I think, if you're him.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
That's pretty big. Wow.
Yeah, Ulster is where he has been elected before. Is that right?
Yes, he's the Ulster County executive.
Yeah, apparently that same group I was talking about, that conservative group that's claiming school board victories in Miami-Dade, just said they flipped Duval County, which is Jacksonville. So they're also claiming a victory there. That'd be the third school board they claim to have flipped. I'm not sure how, but I don't think they have any incentive to lie about it. So that'll be something to look at, I think.
So looking at the New York 10 results, my obvious bias aside, if you're Goldman, that's not a great number. The early vote tends to skew older and whiter, which is generally considered his core demo. So to only be up 6%, that's not ideal if you're him. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I obviously don't know.
And that's okay.
But I expect the election day vote to skew younger and more diverse, which would lean into Carolina Rivera and Yulene New. I think what's going to ironically hurt Dan Goldman here is Mondaire Jones. I think they are stealing from the same sort of demographic, the highly educated white suburbanites.
I do appreciate the speed that New York is giving us early results.
Yeah, this is good.
For sure.
I mean, these are just small batches. These are small batches, but...
Yeah, but I mean, hey, that is better than nothing with New York.
Definitely.
We have a lot in for the 12th and the 10th already.
How much of the vote in for the 10th? 38%. Yeah, I don't like Nadler, but he is very clearly the lesser evil.
So how old are they?
75 and 76.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to attack somebody for being too old when
you're older.
Yeah,
really bad strategy. Who on the campaign thought that was a good idea? They should never work again.
It's a good question.
And then Suraj Patel just kind of being like, I'm also here.
He is there.
So does Suraj Patel run against Jerry Nadler now? This seems to just be a thing. I mean, he runs for every he runs in every election.
Reports are coming in that Carl Palladino is
up big,
winning the early vote in New York's 23rd district. Pretty big.
Oh no!
Yeah,
so, bad start there.
Oh no!
Also, funny enough, Suraj Patel is the only one who answered that he wanted Biden to run again.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Somebody in the chat brought that up.
Yeah.
What was it that Nadler said? Because I only ever remember Maloney getting some flack for that.
Well, Maloney said she didn't think he was going to run again. Nadler said, let's wait until he decides whether he's going to run again or not.
Yeah.
Suraj,
very weird.
Yeah, Suraj Patel said, I want him to run again and would support him if he did.
He was working hard for that White House support.
I mean, it makes sense. Suraj Patel, he's running a very bizarre campaign. I don't even quite know how to define it. Like, it seems like he's running... The best way I can describe it is the left-wing version of John Delaney.
That seems harsh.
Not... Then maybe that was too harsh of a way to phrase it. Left-wing Michael Bennett?
Do want to point out where DD2 is estimating around 80% of the vote now in for Shahari, where Brian started out with a pretty big lead. He's now down to Molinaro, 62-38. This is a Trump plus 29. There's still about 20% left of the vote in there. This
is a county Trump won 63-34.
Yeah. So he's going to want to hope for a little bit more there.
Yeah.
Yep. Only thing New York Times is reporting. New York Times is also reporting this. I'm looking at their counties. They have some stuff from Otsego County, which is leaning down, but I think it's pretty clear that this is going to be election day versus early vote.
Yeah,
I think New York Times is a little surprised how quickly this is all happening.
I think so
Yep.
too.
We do have preliminary results in from the New York 23rd special. Very preliminary. The Democrat is
Seneca,
winning.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Seneca's different.
Yeah, I don't.
Also, Laura Loomer has announced that she is not conceding and said that voter fraud played
Who was
a role.
surprised by this?
I love that.
Yeah, you go for that, Laura. You.
I mean, who here is actually surprised by that? Not me, I say.
Not me. More results in from that special election, still in the 23rd. Still only 3% reporting, but the Democrat has expanded their lead.
Oh, on the 23rd?
In the 23rd special, yeah.
Yep. Want to figure out what county that's coming from.
Yeah, it's not oh, wait. I'm sorry. I should also be checking the 16th.
Yeah, Bowman's fine.
Oh, thank God.
He's
90% of the
in that early drop vote. He's up 90% of the vote. Sean Patrick Maloney up 77-23 over Alessandro Biaggi.
Okay, so far no real surprises in New York.
The biggest surprise is still this special election to me. I think Pat Ryan is doing better than I would have expected.
Well, I will say, I think the total estimated in DDA, because they have Otsego fully reporting. I doubt that's true with that number of vote total, because the Times only has it around 19% estimated in, while DDHQ is saying that it's all in. So
yeah,
I would just
somehow
look
doubt
at
that
that estimated total there and say that
that's incorrect.
Grain of salt, then. So that is kind of screwing things right now.
Yeah, Otsego County voted for Donald Trump by 5%, and they're saying Pat Ryan is up 73-27. That seems very. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, but that seems very unlikely. That seems like a reporting error more than anything. If that is the case, then Ryan is almost certainly going to win this thing by a very large margin. But I would be surprised if that is in fact the case. And Shohari Molinaro is now up 65-35. That's that 30-point margin that Trump had. So that's much closer to what you would expect there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what I think we're seeing so far is Molinaro is not, at least in these preliminary numbers, is not performing as well as you would expect.
Again, I want to figure out what exactly is going on because some of these are confusing. Also, DDHQ says the Nick Langworthy is up over Carl Palladino, which doesn't seem accurate.
That's a very small vote number, so that could still be argued.
So it looks like vote splitting is expected to give Goldman the win if he does. Yulene New is at 21%, Mondaire Jones at 17%, Carolina Rivera at 15%. At the very least, New and Rivera's coalitions are very compatible. If the two of them had endorsed each other, I think, or endorsed one or the other, I think this.
Something is wrong with the DDHQ results. Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong with DDHQ in this special election.
Yeah, I'll go to another website, see what they have.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they don't have nearly this amount, that amount of votes. They have Politico has 1,500 votes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, New York Times or Washington Post has literally 1,500 votes in right now in the entire
Yeah,
special
they're
election.
giving for some reason Sullivan and Ulster have been double counted as each other. They have the same numbers and the same results. That is very much screwing with things right now.
Yep.
So don't take the DDHQ results as law right now.
No.
We seem to be having some reporting errors.
Yes. Can we see if that's happening anywhere else?
I'm not seeing that elsewhere. So the Times seems to be reporting much more slowly currently. But
Looks like the Oklahoma second runoff is now a 3-point race instead of the 4-point race it was earlier.
okay, DDHQ has at least gone semi back to normal. The Sullivan results have been fixed.
Yeah, maybe they're just maybe DDHQ just has more votes in.
I think they do, and that's fine. But
they had been duplicating. Yeah, they had been duplicating election results.
That's
now,
something.
Sullivan County. Yeah, Sullivan was a Trump +9 county. Right now, Molinaro is leading Sullivan County by
9.
By 9.
Yeah,
little less than 9, actually.
And that is if that's early vote though, that's interesting.
That would be horrendous for Ryan if that's early vote. That would be absolutely horrendous.
If that's early vote,
if that is early vote, they're saying 41%.
How many votes were in the county?
Last time in the whole of the 2020 election, there were 18,600 on the Republican side, 15,500 on the Democratic side. They're estimating at 41% in right now. But yeah, if this is the early vote, then I'll be very concerned, at least for Sullivan County, if I'm Pat Ryan, because that is very, very bad. Yep, and New York Times now has additional results in as well. I'm looking at their website. Come on. I want to pay your subscription. I just want your election date. I don't want to pay a subscription.
That's how I feel every time I try and pull up the Times.
No, literally.
What are you trying to find? I've got.
They have 2 counties in right now. They only have 2. They only have portions of 3 counties in right now.
Yep,
they're way behind.
They have New York Times,
Otsego, Delaware, and Broome.
You have a New York Times subscription. I'm kind of tempted to ask for your login. I can never pull them up on election night.
Yeah, they have in Otsego. I'm probably butchering these names, by the way, but in Otsego County, Ryan 73% with Molinaro 27. Delaware County, Molinaro 57.
Those Otsego County numbers are a bit off in terms of reporting wise. That is not 99% of the vote in Otsego.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm just saying what the Times says it's 19% of the vote in there at the time. And then in Broome, Ryan 78, Molinaro 22 with 9% in. So
yeah. Biaggi at 37% of the vote.
Interesting.
if that holds, Mondare Jones would have beaten Maloney if he ran.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting.
If Alessandra Biaggi, who's kind of carpetbagging to that district, can put up 37%, Mondare Jones could have put up 51.
Yeah.
I don't have a hard time at all buying that.
I'd agree with that. It looks like Biaggi is doing relatively well in Rockland, it seems like. She's down only 19 points in Rockland right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, looks like Shahare is all in on DDHQ. Molinar won that by about 31 points. So that's about a 2% increase over President Trump in that regards.
Mm-hmm.
That would be just enough to, if that shift were to hold across the district, that would be, in theory, enough to put him over the line in this district.
By a very small amount.
By a small margin, that would put him by only about a percentage point himself, but that would put him over the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like most people have no idea what percentage of the vote is actually in this race.
Isn't that just great?
That's always fun. It's no fun.
You gotta love it. You gotta love New York.
Thanks, New York. We love you.
Bom, bom, bada, bottom.
Yeah, it's worth noting, I think Claudia Tenney's new district takes in a lot of new territory, so it makes sense she wouldn't be as... It takes in a lot of areas around Rochester that she's not used to representing, and these are not unpopulated areas, so it's not surprising there would be some additional one. Now, in the 22nd district, there's DDHQ says that Steve Wells is up over Brandon Williams 51 to 51.5 to 48.5. I don't know much about the candidates here, but this is one of those toss-up districts the Republicans are hoping to hold on to, the seat that John Katko was retiring from.
I think Wells is the favorite candidate here. I'm not positive on that, though.
Okay, look, to be fair to John Day right here, I would argue Alaska is actually America's worst state for elections at this point. Their new system is abysmal. They have no clue what's going on. The totals are glacially slow. God forbid there's a close election in Alaska. Ooh, Arizona's pretty terrible.
Yeah, Arizona.
With the speed New York is getting results in, I don't think you can. I don't think you can continue to call them the worst state in the country because these are at least coming in reasonably quickly.
Yeah, no, these are coming in quickly enough. I'm not gonna call them the worst anymore. I would say Arizona though over.
We've got a very, very small amount of votes in for Andrew Garbarino's race, but less than 200 votes. But it's pretty close.
It is. That's
for
concerning.
Those 200 votes.
Brett.
It's worth noting the New York Times results apparently are all from Erie County in the 23rd district, which is where Carl Palladino is from. So if you're wanting a ray of hope there, he might be doing worse in the rest of that than in Erie County, where he did formerly represent on the school board.
I need that ray of hope.
Brad Lander, the New York City comptroller, who's pretty popular in New York 10, declined to endorse in the race, but decided now that it's over, he said he voted for Yulene. Thank you, progressives.
So he had no balls.
Thank you, progressives, for actively not consolidating. This is very good. This is very good campaigning. But it does look like things have tightened a little bit in the 10th. Yulene New at 22, Dan Goldman at 26.5. So we'll see. I think it's going to be close.
Still waiting for other results here, specifically in
Mhm.
at 10th congressional district. Not
Yeah,
the 10th, the
we've got somebody in the chat saying they're still watching at 2:30. They're in London. So shout out to our London watcher.
hooray for the young
very
guy.
nice.
Yeah. All right.
What are you doing? Why are
We
you
love it. No, Dylan, applaud
go
the
to
man.
bed?
Yeah, 2:30 a.m. looking at our ugly mugs.
Yeah, go to bed, man. We're happy you're here, but woof.
I want the chat to give some love from the man from London. The chat better give some love to Sean.
And if you have to be up at 2:30, we're glad you're here.
Yeah. Give some love to Sean, guys. Sean Meehan, give him some love.
I am surprised by Pat Ryan's margin right now, by Pat Ryan's performance right now.
Okay, New York Times has a lot of new results in now. Let's see if they're comparing to DDHQ. DDHQ still has more. Both of them have a similar 70-ish to... They have 70-30 for Ryan. DDHQ has 66-34. Again, this is probably all early vote. We are waiting to see what's going on here.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, because there's the Ulster County. So DDHQ seems to be way overrating the expected total in right now, which that would change things dramatically.
Mm-hmm. What a meme this would be if this result held.
Yes, it would be rough. Be a bad night for Joe.
Fire alarms would go off at the RNC.
We would need to fire some people, I think.
I think a lot of people would need to be fired. Between this and the shit Dr. Oz pulled today, a lot of people need to be fired.
Dr. Oz's campaign, not Dr. Oz himself.
Dr. Oz's... Okay, but when it's Dr. Oz's campaign, I think it's fair to call it Dr. Oz. You sign off on whatever your campaign puts out, for better or worse.
Yeah, don't remind me of that either, jerk.
Okay, I need something because
I know.
it looks like New York 10 is going to give me... Well, New York 10 still might give me hope, but...
We'll see. The Times is saying that Yulee New, apparently with 88% expected in, is only down about 2.5 points right now to Dan Goldman.
Okay, if that is true, I'm not going to call... that's not a call, but New might be able to make up the gap.
Certainly see.
That's close enough where I think she would win or lose by about 0.5 percentage point. If she loses by 0.5 percentage point, Sean Patrick Maloney and Mondaire Jones cost progressives 2 seats.
Yes, they did.
Good job, y'all.
Hooray for everyone.
Hooray.
Is it time to give taps for Mondaire Jones?
Yes.
We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait until I get closer to final, but we're very close. We're very, very close at this point.
I don't think Mondaire can do it. So DDHQ has that same gap, that 2% gap, but they say 74% reporting instead of 88. If it's 74% reporting, Yulee New wins that.
I think she might. Yeah. This is very close now. This is very, very close now.
Okay, I guess it's like I thought. The early vote was better for Goldman than...
And we have a projection.
Oh?
DDHQ has now projected, and it does mean the first taps of the night.
Carolyn Maloney's out.
That Jerry Nadler has won the New York 12th district primary over Carolyn Maloney. That race is now being called by DDHQ. We now project that. That means that Jerry Nadler will beat Carolyn Maloney and Suraj Patel by a pretty hefty margin. I don't have the usual American flag with me, but sorry about that. I forgot to bring it from home. But it is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the always expected. It's time to salute the end of Carolyn Maloney's long congressional career as East Manhattan falls into the abyss. All right. There we go.
I would just like to say that I protest a anti-vaxxer getting taps, but I understand.
It is still an incumbent. It
I
may be an
understand.
anti-vaxxer, but it's still an incumbent, Dylan.
I understand. Bill de
We must give
Blasio
our
pulling
respects
in
in that way.
Bill de Blasio pulling in 1% of the vote is very funny.
Come on, Bill. Get to 1.5, Bill. We know you want it.
Bill de
very
Blasio
few.
also for some reason declined to endorse anybody. I'm very confused by all of this. This doesn't make any sense to me. Somebody in the chat says at least we know that Molinaro +7 Data for Progress poll was wrong. Data for Progress is great in the primaries, but you can almost universally toss their general election polls.
Mm-hmm.
All right, still waiting for a significant portion of election day. We appreciate New York reporting a good chunk of their election of their early vote on time. At least we do appreciate that. I have to say.
Something interesting to note. I don't know if this is all the early vote, but in the 23rd district special election, Democrats are outperforming Pat Ryan, pulling in 68.69% of the vote.
This is early though. This is the blue mirage. This is the problem with all of the early votes are coming in right now. I would put basically no stock into this right now. This Dave Wasserman has warned this is the blue mirage on Twitter, like openly warned about this.
Oh, sure. I just think it's interesting, and I have nothing else to talk about.
Yeah,
because New York 10 makes me sad.
Guys, it looks like
on the other hand, New York 12 should extremely amuse you.
Oh, New York 12 is the best news I've seen all night besides Maxwell Frost.
I will say, I think I know what Jacob's going to say here, but I will say that Langworthy is doing significantly better in non-Erie parts of this district.
He's currently ahead of Palladino at the moment. Let's just hope that holds up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
DHQ is not reporting Erie County results right now. That'll be the reason why. But according to the Times, at least, Langworthy definitely doing better outside of the Erie area.
Mm-hmm. Which could be a problem given how far that seat stretches out from Erie. This goes all the way up towards, I think, near Ithaca. Not to Ithaca, but it's near Ithaca.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with the DDHQ percentage reporting in New York 10, but it dropped from 88 to 74 to 45, and I'm very confused.
Yes.
This is what happens sometimes, Dylan. Welcome to it.
Okay.
Who is Joe Simon, and why is Joe Simon doing better than Elizabeth Holtzman?
I don't know who Joanne Simon is. I've seen her, I'm going to look her up. I'm only familiar with a few of the candidates running outside of New, Goldman, and Mondaire Jones. I'm vaguely familiar with Carlina Rivera, Elizabeth Holtzman, and Maud Marin. Oh, Joanne Simon doesn't suck. This is good. Okay, I don't know much about Joanne Simon other than apparently she started a disability civil rights law firm, which I like. That's a win.
I was going to say that would seem to be a pretty positive thing for you, Dylan. I have to say.
Yes. I mean, the majority of the reason I'm supporting Eileen New is because of her disability advocacy. So let's see what her website says. Yeah, Simon is a state assemblywoman. A lot of local endorsements, it looks like. Disability rights. Yeah, so it seems like okay. How did this happen? I'm speaking to all of New York 10. How did you let this happen? How did you have 3 disability rights advocates running for Congress and you seem to be about to elect none of them? This is more disability rights advocates than have ever run for Congress, and you might have denied all 3. How did you let this happen?
I do want to point this out. Our good friend Kraz Greenwich wasn't able to be on tonight, but he is watching and texting us. He wanted to point out that New represents most of Lower Manhattan, but Goldman is trouncing that area pretty heavily, while New is doing very, very well in the hipster parts of Brooklyn that are in the district.
I would also point out, though, that we don't know how much of the vote there in that area that Goldman is doing well is early vote. If that's a lot of early vote, then I would expect New to improve.
Well, the Times is saying that's almost it for Manhattan. So
because DDA. Okay,
we're in the silly zone with expected votes. Just let it live.
Well, no, because here's my confusion with DDHQ. DDHQ has 2 counties, Kings and New York.
Mm-hmm.
What is New York?
Kings is Manhattan. Kings is Brooklyn. Kings is Brooklyn.
Okay.
So basically, the county names, as most of you know, just a quick little lesson. New York is composed of 5 boroughs, and unusually those boroughs are each their own individual cities because these were counties before they were merged into New York City. Brooklyn used to be its own city. Manhattan used to be its own city. So some of them are easy. Queens is Queens County. The Bronx is Bronx County. Manhattan is New York County, which makes sense because it was New York City. So Manhattan is New York County. Kings County is Brooklyn, and Richmond County is Staten Island. These are all the same thing as the borough that they are. So the counties align perfectly with the borough borders.
Yeah. Okay. So DDHQ has Kings County at 84% in, and New York at 28% in.
Kings is Brooklyn, and then New York would be the Manhattan portion of the district.
And which one does Eileen represent? I'm sorry, I'm really bad at geography.
Eileen represents New York. She represents Lower Manhattan, so that's New York County. She does not represent any of Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the white hipster portions as well as Borough Park.
So I would expect her margin in New York County to increase, in that county to increase or to improve as time goes on, especially if that's all early vote. But I don't know. I'm already not good at geography, and the percentage votes being iffy is just not doing me any favors.
That is understandable.
My one regret for tonight is that the NRCC should have ran Alessandra Biaggi as too liberal for New York ads to try to screw over Sean Patrick Maloney, because he really deserves it.
Sean Patrick Maloney might be the only Democrat I won't shed a tear for if they lose. God.
The hatred flows through you, friend.
Yeah, how did we get a downgrade from, I'm sorry, what's her name, the last DCCC chair?
Bustos, Cherry Bustos.
Oh,
Bustos.
Yeah.
How did we get a downgrade from Bustos? Bustos already wasn't great. Also, John Day in the chat says not a good night for Rose Twitter. Rose Twitter won the big state house seat they were contesting. They opposed Carolyn Maloney, and it looks like she's gone. And Yuleen
She
might,
is gone. She's dead.
yeah, she's dead. She's done. And Yuleen might win in New York 10. Honestly, that's a pretty good night if Yuleen wins.
And do you want to see why? You want to see basically the result. The New York. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the Cine C9's live map of New York. Why Jerry Nadler is doing so well in his race. I just have to actually be able to pull it up here. Give me one second. I'm trying to get this to work. There we go. All right. This is from Cine C9's live map. And as you can see here, this blue area is Nadler. Nadler is dominating the upper west side, while Maloney is only barely winning the upper east side portion. And then Patel is actually winning a couple precincts around that area as well.
Oh, what a meme he is.
That's a very embarrassing performance from Maloney on her own turf.
Oh, yeah. That's not good.
That's very bad.
Yeah, not good.
We are continuing to see election day results start to come in now. Pat Ryan's only up 62-38. Again, we believe that the percentage reporting is very wrong on DDHQ. They consider Otsego and Ulster at over 99% reported. That is not going to end up being true. So ignore the estimated reported right now on DDHQ in regards to that race. We expect that to change.
Also,
the only county that we have fully in is Shahari, which Molinaro won 66-34, which is a slight overperformance from Trump. It's about a 2-3 point overperformance.
Mm-hmm. So it's looking like if Molinaro wins, it's a 0 to 3 percentage point. Like it's less than 1% to like 3%.
Possibly, but this is just one county, and the big wild cards here are Ulster County, which is Pat Ryan's base. Yeah, Dutchess County. Dutchess County is going to be really interesting to watch because this is a county that Democrats tend to win fairly easily in recent elections. Let me look up the actual
it's like
numbers.
Biden plus 11, I believe.
And I don't know how Democratic the portion in this district is relative, but yeah, it's a Biden plus 9 county. It was almost a Trump county in 2016, but it's a Biden plus 9 county. Now, I don't know under the old map, which this is being run under, what the difference is here, but yeah.
And
apparently Laura Loomer is literally crying on stage. So definitely
it's going well.
Yes. I'm surprised she's not handcuffed herself to something yet.
Oh.
Yep. So New York Times says more in. Carl Palladino is winning by a 2-1 margin in Erie, but he's losing by a similar margin in the other counties that have reported so far.
Hey, we have more results in for New York 10. 25-24. Dan Goldman 25.2. Yuleen 24.1. Yeah, this is going to be a squeaker. I lean new, but I'm very much open to the idea that that's wish casting. It really all depends on the percentage in, and I don't trust any of it right now. Jacob, can you tell me what New York Times has reporting for New York 10?
Yep.
Because
So,
DDHQ has 48%, and that's definitely not right.
yeah, the New York Times has. It says they have all the results in, but what they do is they do over 95%, and
Until
they
it's
never
done.
have 100. So there may be more, but if there is more, it's a very, very small amount left. So I would say that Goldman is probably going to get it, but there
Yeah,
may be enough votes left. What is it? Only a 700 something vote margin now?
600.
Yeah. I
It's
guess it's not impossible for her to make that up,
No,
but
that's not
we'll see.
impossible.
Okay, so
New-
the Dutchess County portion of New York 11 is Biden plus 4.
New York, according to John CH in the chat, I don't know where he's getting this because the New York Times Board of Election is wrong on my website where I'm looking, but he says 87% reporting according to them. If it's 87%, I would say advantage New.
Yeah. He said there's a bit more in Manhattan, though, and that's one that Goldman is winning by double digits.
Let's see what. Yeah, but Yulene's margin has gone up in that district or in that county.
Yeah.
Not by much, but a little bit. Yeah, New York Board of Elections. That's where I'm looking, and it says it has 100% reporting with less votes than what New York Times has.
We're starting to see the election day trend start to come in. Mark Molinaro started around 26% in Dutchess County. He is now up to 37% as election day precincts have started to come in here.
I mean,
So this is what we're watching right now.
If Ryan wins Dutchess County, I think he's got the advantage. I think the thing we can say for sure is this has not gone as well as I think Republicans were hoping for so far.
Yeah, I would say so. I will say in good news, Andrew Garbiano has taken a significantly larger lead now that results out of some early votes out of Suffolk. He leads big there, 62-29 in that early vote. And Suffolk makes up a significantly larger portion of the district than Nassau does, where he was much closer.
Hey,
so we're still this is now the wait for election day vote, folks. Welcome to it.
Wait, predicted is still a thing?
Yeah, predicted is still a thing. Hey, don't worry. I lost like $500 on the North Carolina 9th redo election.
Oh, yeah, that was a fun one. I remember the conservative group chat I was in. The whole time they were melting down when the early votes were coming in. I'm like, wait for election day. Wait for election day. Just wait for the election day results.
I bet on the Republican and bailed when I saw the early votes.
Pro tip, never bet on North Carolina Democrats. Just don't. It's usually not going to work.
No, that's I learned 2 lessons that day. Don't bail on early votes and never trust a North Carolina Democrat to get things done.
Well, I mean, you can trust them to get one thing done. To lose.
I mean, now I'm in a better place because I'm in a group chat that will tell me if my predictions are bad.
Correct.
I'll get sound betting advice.
Dan Goldman is again up only 1% over Yulene New for those who are just tuning in. For those of us who are watching now as well, who've been on for quite a while here, thank you for watching. Really appreciate all your support. Be sure to like and
actually
subscribe.
gained since we've gotten later.
Yeah.
That's very weird.
Yeah, I think it's the New York ones coming in that are interesting because Florida is so good at elections. They make our job boring because they get all the election results. There's no time to predict anything, to talk about it. It's just like, oh, and this county's done, and this county's done, and this county's done, and all the elections are done, which is great. It's objectively great. If all the states in the country did this, we would almost be out of a job. But since they don't,
that's true.
New York
but
Times
back to what I was saying.
Changed estimated vote in New York 10 to 92%.
Yeah.
That's
enough. But back to what I was saying. Yeah, we really appreciate your support. If you do like what we're doing, like and subscribe. It really does help. We're basically building our YouTube base here up a little bit. We've got over 530 subscribers. If you do like what we're doing, be sure to help us out in that category. It's we do these pretty frequently. This is, of course, going to be the last election primary stream for a while because all the primaries are almost over. But we are doing Election Weekly podcast. We have Dylan as a podcast coming out. So we got a bunch of other things to keep you occupied until Election Day. Yes.
Sorry, we were not on this past Sunday. I got a really bad allergy attack, and you would not have wanted to see the state I was in for recording. But New York Times just went from 95 to more than 95 to 92. I think that's enough.
Yeah. Yeah. He's only ahead of New by 613 votes at the moment. So
yeah, I think that's barely enough for her to win. It's going to be a squeaker.
Gotta say, I'm loving this new. I don't know if you've just as a completely miscellaneous thing. You can use your iPad you can use your mouse to control an iPad now without making it a second screen. Super convenient for having results over here.
Oh,
very convenient.
That is nice.
Got all my DDHT results over here in the corner.
I can't believe that Yulene knows about to steal the election from MAGA Goldman.
Terrible.
If he loses by like 100 votes, would it be safe to say the Trump endorsement might have swayed it against him?
Then the people of New York are dumber than we think because that's exactly what Trump wanted to happen.
Also, ACAT said, wasn't the House 19 special election supposed to be close? It still probably will be. Yeah, don't take
again. This is early voting. This is basically
New
York is basically North Carolina right now. It is basically North Carolina where all the Democratic votes are coming in, and then the Republican votes are going to come in at the end.
Yeah, I still think Pat Ryan could pull it out, but
I will say that according to reports I'm seeing, Molinaro is gaining multiple percentage points in many of the election day vote.
Oh, I'm sure he is. That's not
I believe reports in from I think from our the person watching the Board of Elections from Dutchess County is that he's with only about 10 precincts in of election day vote from Dutchess County. He's gone from 26 to 38% of the vote. As Eric does have to prepare to leave for the night, he's got to go off at 10. So we want to thank Eric for coming on for when he did. We always appreciate seeing our editor-in-chief coming on. We do love it. We do always appreciate it. Eric, obviously, are we going to be back for September 13th? Or is this the last time you'll see us on a Tuesday before election night proper?
What's September 13th?
That would be Rhode Island and New Hampshire are the big ones there.
I'd say do it. It'd be a fun little podcast, a fun little stream. New Hampshire's got some interesting, got two competitive House primaries. Rhode Island's going to be, I want Jacob to be on that because go read Jacob's article on the Rhode Island gubernatorial race. It is excellent. It is the most interesting race nobody is looking at right now. This is an incumbent governor who could genuinely lose their primary. I'll post a link here in the chat so you all can see it. But it's a really, really good article. If you're on Twitter, you can find it at electionsdaily.com. It's down our little articles list there. but this is a really interesting race to look at. I'm interested to see how it goes because this is also kind of there's kind of been some changes in the Rhode Island Democratic Party. It's been traditionally one of the more conservative Democratic parties, and progressive advocates obviously are unhappy with that. They want a state that votes for Democrats by double digits to behave more like a state that votes for Democrats by double-digit margins every election.
Yeah, I think you three will have to do the New York or the New Hampshire one alone. I might not be here. Depends on my workload. And New only down by 0.9 now. Yeah, this is the slow drip. I think she pulls it out, but
Yep. What did I say earlier? 613 votes. Now it's 589.
Yeah, this is going to be tight.
At least that's fun. This is going to be significantly tighter than I expected, I have to say.
Yeah, this is going to be tighter than I expected to. I expected it to be a 1 to 5% margin in either direction, not less than a percentage point. This is far more fun than I expected. Unless there's heartbreak and Dan Goldman wins, then this is no longer
so
fun.
This may be the biggest swing right now that we've seen so far in the 19th. Sullivan County. People are saying it's done. Mark Molinaro won that by about looks like around 57 to 43, so about 14 points. Trump won that by only 9 points in 2020. So that would be the necessary upgrade that we need to see right now for Molinaro, if that's the numbers.
Oh, yeah, it's over. It's over in New York 10. Goldman just gained 0.2%.
Did he?
Yeah, or 0.4% total. Yeah, it's a 1.3% margin with 95%. And yeah, I think Goldman's won this.
Oh, boy.
Wow. If only one of those other progressives had dropped out.
Yeah, if one of the four, if Joanne Simon...
How many votes did de Blasio get?
380.
Oh, that's got to sting.
Yeah, this thing's done. It's a Goldman win. Unfortunately. That is good job, New York. Good job, New York progressives. You did good.
Looks like Laura Loomer has cried during her concessions. Well, her speech, it's supposed to be a concession speech. She's currently crying, begging the Republican Party to take the issue of election fraud and big tech censorship seriously.
So it looks like, the Board of Elections still has 91% reporting for New York 10 with that updated margin. Okay, I got nothing. These percentages really need to figure themselves out.
Yeah, I'm done reading too much into them.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, I know everyone here is interested in New York, but this update from Oklahoma's second, it looks like Josh Brecken is going to end up winning it by about 4.5 points, something like that. So the Freedom Caucus just gained another member. We haven't called it yet, but it looks like it's going to be near impossible for Fricks to make up that margin.
Yep, that would do it for sure.
Also, the Jaron Jackson guy we mentioned earlier that Kerry Lake endorsed, and then withdrew it after getting some hate. Looks like he will lose his primary as well unless some last-minute
magical nonsense happens.
I do love magical nonsense.
Last-minute votes go heavy in his favor.
I do love magical nonsense.
Okay. Carl Palladino still leading.
Oh. Back down to 90% reporting. Thank you, New York Times. Y'all are this is not like
my mistake. I said Palladino was leading. Decision Desk has Langworthy currently ahead. New York Times has Palladino winning.
Because I still don't think DDHQ is reporting Erie yet, so that's changing a lot of things.
I don't get invested in many races. Can the New York Times can we not fuck up the one I do get invested in?
Yeah, I know, right? It's terrible.
This is literally the first of the cycle that first and last of the cycle I've really cared about. That's what we get for being ideologues, isn't it, Joe?
I think so. It's very painful.
Up 93% in, according to the Board of Elections. Goldman expands his lead.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Decision Desk has called the New York 2nd District Republican primary for Andrew Garbiano.
Andrew Garbarino.
Yeah. That's been called, though, now by Decision Desk HQ. We have now called that for Andrew Garbarino.
Yeah, Carolyn Maloney got smoked. That wasn't even close.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's a 1.6% margin for Goldman. Hard to see her coming back from that. That's 1,000 vote difference with 90% reporting, according to New York Times. Hard to see her overcoming that. Not impossible, but hard to see.
Apparently, there is a big drop in Duchess coming that put Molinaro up to 47% of the vote.
Oh, wow.
And there's still about 54 precincts left to go.
How many?
54.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I don't know if those are just all very red precincts, but again, this is all election day vote. So if the election day vote is so we're gonna wait and see here.
I
will want to say right now that with the New York Times, Carl Palladino, even with Erie, and he is being absolutely walloped in other parts of the district in these non-Erie County parts. So if the margin in these other Erie County parts continue, non-Erie party parts continue, excuse me, then this is going to get very, very close between Palladino and Langworthy here at the end. This is going to get very, very close.
Yeah, I really didn't pay much attention to Langworthy's campaign. I'm not really sure how negative it was, or what the approach here was. So that would be interesting to see if he does end up winning, how he managed to pull it off.
Sounds like if these are official, it looks like as Goldman potentially
that's
has
not the
slightly
final
survived.
margin. That's not the final margin.
That's not the final margin. Okay.
That's 93% reporting.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, I still think he wins, but it's not over. Good job, progressives. You did good, like always.
Dylan is upset.
I'm always upset by progressives.
That's true. You are always upset. It's an interesting trait of yours.
I'm always upset with progressives. I'm a very happy person. Progressives make me angry. Their campaign strategies.
Interesting how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, their campaign strategies are infuriating.
I see.
At least Maud Marin is a flop. That is good.
Interestingly enough, Mark Molinaro continues to gain very heavily in Dutchess County.
I still want to know why DDHQ has it at 53% reporting.
I don't know.
I got nothing for this.
New York's 19th is taking way too long.
Yes.
Well, we can't get everything we want,
That's
even most
that's
of
the
what
big
we
one,
want.
though.
We can't even get most of what we want. Oh, we did just get an update, though, it looks like.
We did get a good candidate in the Orlando seat. We did. Hooray for not Sabatini.
I think he meant Maxwell Frost, but hooray, not Sabatini also.
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes. 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 Oh, excuse me. You are. Oops. That's a mistake on my part. He was definitely talking about Frost. That is a good result for you, Dylan. That was a
That
really
is
good
a good result. That is an unambiguously good result.
So now Democrats have the youngest member in the Senate and the House.
Yep.
You know, we Republicans had the youngest member, but we threw him out for reasons.
Yes, you did, for reasons.
For quite a few reasons.
Many good, most funny. Who do we think will win in the 19th? No idea.
I think if Dutchess continues to track for Molinaro like this, it's very hard to see him lose. It's very, very hard. Because if he's winning Dutchess, then that's probably ball game. I have to say.
I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah, I just need to stop pretending like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this special. I'm just going to wait and see what happens.
See, I always just say I don't know what I'm talking about. And
yeah, and then no one can get mad at you if you're wrong.
Exactly. It's foolproof. I mean, nobody can be mad at me.
I do want to ask. Good point, Steve. Steve Israel is happy on Long Island because Robert Zimmerman is looking to win his primary to replace Tom Swozy. That's the Israel endorsed candidate there.
Yeah, and
Steve Israel, not the actual country. Steve Israel.
The entire country of Israel.
The entire country of Israel has endorsed this one candidate, even though his name is Zimmerman, which is not Jewish at all. In fact, that is German. Very Dutch and German. So
that would be very forgiving of them.
It would be, wouldn't it? It would be. Oh. That's a bit dark. That's a bit, even though it's 10 o'clock at night, that's a bit dark, Dylan, I have to say.
Give this to me.
I'll give it to you, but I'm still going to say it's very, very dark, Dylan.
John C.H. makes a good point. Absentees will be left either way, so no call for New York 10,
yes.
even if it gets fully
counted. I believe at least Monday and Wednesday. I mean, Monday and today. And
I'm having flashbacks to the 2020 Queens DA race where recounts and absentees flipped it from a Tiffany Caban victory to a Melinda Katz victory.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, that was pretty annoying. That was an annoying week on Twitter. I don't expect the result to flip here, but honestly, at this point, who knows?
That's another good point. That's a good point, quite honestly.
I got no idea.
Who knows at this point? We're just all having a good time.
We are.
All just partying here.
Vibing, as the Gen Zers say.
Vibing. It's the good vibes. And the bad vibes. And the good vibes.
I was about to say, are they good vibes?
What did you say?
They're vibes. I don't know what good they are, but they're vibes.
What did you say the New York Board of Elections had reporting so far for the 10th?
94%.
Because the New York Times just dropped down to 90.
The New York
Times is wrong then.
Dude, I got nothing for the Times. Although what I will say, the Times are not as wrong as DDHQ.
Yeah, something's funky going on there.
DDHQ still has like 60%.
We still love you, Decision Desk.
Yeah, they fund
overlords.
Hooray for the overlords.
Yeah, they give us money. We like them.
Hooray for the overlords for sure.
Hooray for the overlords. But even overlords make mistakes.
I think that's not the point of overlords, but nonetheless. So we're still very much waiting on Dutchess right now. We're waiting on Dutchess to continue reporting, as well as Ulster. Those are the two biggest counties, parts of counties of the district, the 19th. So,
it's been a long night when the group chat starts 2024 presidential discourse based on the New York 19 primary.
Yep.
Any update on the Carl Palladino race?
Let me check the time. I'm going to check the times here. Yeah, okay, no, it looks like we finally have Erie in, we're very, very close. But I think Palladino's margin in Erie might just carry him over the line. It's about Palladino +6.
It hurts. All I know is pain.
All I know is pain.
All I know is pain. Everything is bad. Palladino's gonna be a pain in our ass.
At least for only, 2 or
Hopefully
3
until he
terms at
dies.
most.
Come on. He can, well, I don't know. He can croak.
75 now.
I mean, Dianne Feinstein is still there.
Barely. She's
But
physically there.
there nonetheless.
Yeah, that's just what I want to think about. More than 10 terms of or 5 terms of Carl Palladino.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
Yeah, that is.
Well, the Times has called it for Josh Brecking in Oklahoma
Have
second.
they? Has that finally been called? Oh, it has finally been called. That ended up closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
That ended up very close. That ended up being a very, very close race.
It stayed consistently close throughout the night, too. It reminded me of the Georgia governor's Republican primary.
Yeah, just Brecken just doing enough in some of these northern Tulsa area suburbs, just doing well enough to beat pricks here. That seems
Somebody in the chat just said, "Is it just me, or does every website have different results of these New York elections?" It does seem that way.
I think so, quite honestly, at this point. I think so.
Yes.
I think so. That sounds right to me. I can say that for sure. Everyone is different. No one is the same.
No.
There is no samesies in this world.
Yep. Every site has different results, and I feel like every one of them is wrong.
It's very true.
What do you know what the presidential number was in the old New York 23rd that Tom Reed retired from?
Trump plus 20, I think I saw.
It was a lot. Yeah, it was a pretty.
Yeah, because right now
margin.
In that special election, the Democrat is up by 13. So that just shows
it was only
the
Trump.
kind of
Excuse me, it was only Trump
mirage.
plus 11 actually. The old 23rd, which is where the special election is being run.
Oh,
It was only Trump plus 11.
Okay, well, it's just I bring it up to point out the blue mirage thing that Wasserman was talking about earlier, because the Democrat is currently leading it by 13.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, I don't expect that to hold. It would be very funny if it did, though.
that would be wild.
So it seems like Greene County is all in. Mark Molinaro has won Greene by what is that? Is that 21 points? Trump
22.
only won it 22. No, it's 20. I've got it by time is saying 21, 22 points. Trump won it by only about 16 points.
Wow.
And so that's another about 5-point overperformance there for for Molinaro.
Do we know how many absentees will be in?
No idea.
No clue.
Sorry, folks. I'm posting a tweet about this. Sometimes you just got to tweet.
You just got to tweet through it.
Yep, Molinaro takes the lead in Dutchess. very good news for him.
Yep.
There's still about 35 precincts left to go, from what I've been told.
How many precincts did you say?
I said 35, I think was what I saw.
Okay, so that's very good for him.
Yeah.
If he continues to win them, which I assume he will.
That would be a good assumption, I think. I like that there have been no more votes in the 16th district. Jamal Bowman's still at 91%.
Yeah, he's killing it. Mondare Jones was a progressive.
I would say he surprisingly did a lot better.
Mondare Jones was pretty progressive, yes.
I couldn't remember if he was in the progressive caucus or not.
He was squad adjacent.
Adjacent, yeah.
Dan Goldman will be a New Democrat, maybe Blue Dog.
Wow. A Blue Dog Democrat in that district would be pretty wild.
Yeah, would be pretty wild.
The de Blasio district.
Outlets are calling the 19th?
I don't think any major outlets have. I think like the Twitter outlets ran by 17-year-olds with 5,000 followers have called it, but
That's the don't do that, children.
yeah.
You're looking at the wrong thing. The reporting number is wrong. Look at the times. You can look at actual numbers here, but look at the reporting number for
Axios called it?
Wow, really?
Hold on. I'm checking Twitter. Axios hasn't called it from what I can see.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I'm not seeing that anywhere. Oh no, here it is.
They called the special?
Yeah.
That seems...
This seems to be an accidental article.
Yeah, I think that's an accident.
I think that's an accidental print because it says according to the AP, and the AP has obviously said jack shit. So,
What did it call? Who did it call it for?
Ryan, and that's
great.
That is the big false.
That is not great.
Bigly false news.
Okay, so it looks 94.5% reporting. The margin closed in New York 10, but not enough. It's about 1,000 vote difference now, a little bit under, about 900-ish votes.
Yeah, that seems to be a misprint on Axiom because they said that AP had called it, and that's considering that I don't see a big check mark next to Pat Ryan's name on the New York Times, who uses the AP calls. That is what we call false advertising, folks.
That is what we call false advertising. In fairness to them, misprints happen sometimes.
Yes, misprints happen all the time, especially on crazy nights like this. Molinaro is now up to 51.4% in Dutchess County. So he's been the expected performance in Dutchess for Molinaro is coming home right now.
Yeah. I think if New loses by this percentage, I think there is a strong possibility she tries to challenge Goldman on the working families line. This is not an overwhelming victory for him. Oh, according to Nicholas Fandos, there are 21,000 absentee ballots in New York 10.
Really? Oh boy.
Wow.
So, okay, I'm out. I'm not calling shit tonight.
Yeah, that ain't getting called for crap.
No,
That ain't getting called for nothing. Oh
no.
boy.
That is far too small of a percentage to
I keep seeing people calling the race on Twitter.
Stop doing it. Children, don't do that. Stop it, children. You fools.
And Nicholas Fandos is a New York Times Metro reporter, so not some rando on Twitter. So yeah, this thing ain't over. There's also 35,000 in New York 12.
Oh gosh. Well, I don't think that's enough because I think
That's not enough.
I think Maloney is down so much. I don't think that's enough.
That you don't know how.
That's pretty bad, by the way.
That's really bad. I don't know if Barber in the chat is trolling. Predicted as a very bad measure. Is a
Yes.
very bad metric. Case in point, I used it. And I lost
For good
money.
reason alone. Sorry, Dylan.
No, it's fair. Every time I make an election prediction, I'm wrong.
That's for sure.
There's a reason I touted my prediction that Sarah Palin was going to run and win in the special election so heavily because
it was the only one. It was the only one you had.
It's the only one. I have to take my win where I get it.
I understand. We all have to have our moments. Always.
Independents aren't allowed to vote in these primaries in New York, are they?
No,
not in the primary.
No, New York has very closed primaries. Like, I don't know if it's the same. I don't know if it's stayed this way, but in 2016, you had to register like a year in advance.
Yep.
I don't think we can do taps for Mondaire, unfortunately.
Dan Goldman just declared victory.
If there's 21,000 absentee ballots, don't be declaring victory. If there aren't 21,000 absentee ballots, fair enough. Also, I don't see that. I believe you that it happened, but I don't see it yet.
Somebody just tweeted it who's at his party.
Oh, yes, I see that now. Thank you.
Yep, Molinaro is consistently gaining. I just have no idea if it'll be enough. And I'm sick of guessing. So whatever happens, happens.
I'm not even going to bother guessing.
What a weird race this is.
What a weird night this is.
Everyone's just jumping the gun.
Yeah, why is everyone jumping the gun? Stop jumping the gun.
But that's what Twitter does.
It's so true.
It's like our favorite thing.
It's not smart if you do it. Leads
No,
to
it's
bad
not.
decisions.
It does. I know.
Okay, does anyone know how much is left in Duchess? New York Times says 81% in.
I'm checking. Let me see here.
I don't know.
No, McMullen doesn't have a chance of winning in Utah. That is safe R, and even if McMullen wins, it will remain safe R. Okay, Goldman's expanded his lead to 2%, roughly.
Mm.
Yep, close but no cigar.
Yeah,
Looks like.
yeah, no, I think it's fairly safe to call that at this point.
For which one? For Goldman?
Yeah,
It does seem. Is it trending towards close but no cigar?
yeah, Goldman just expanded his lead to 2%.
Mm.
So yeah, close but no cigar, or to 1.8%, 25.7 to 23.9.
I have being told from a very good source that Columbia County, which people have been panicking for an overperformance, is not all done. So,
Yeah, this is hell.
yeah, this is New York. You've tried, but you have still been.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I
What
take
the
back
hell's the
the
matter
props
with
I
you
gave you
people?
earlier.
Count ballots. Normally, you were doing so good earlier.
Yeah, you were
Everything was
so
going
close.
well, and then you failed us. It's terrible. Look at
You were on the verge of
Poor
greatness.
Dylan has been stressed out by your inability to count ballots efficiently. Oh shit, my life.
Yeah, your inability to count ballots and your inability to tell me what percentage of the vote is in.
Yes. God damn it. What's the matter with you all?
Somebody in chat said, "How did Mondaire Jones do so badly in his primary?"
Carpetbagging.
He wasn't from the area.
He doesn't live there. He's from Nyack. He's from Nyack, Orange County. That's like 2 hours. Maybe probably more in a car because you can't fucking drive through Manhattan, quite honestly. It's a terrible place. Evil place to put a car. But either way, he's not from there. He doesn't live there.
Yeah, he doesn't live there. That's really it. Like, it doesn't, not any more complicated than that. And his best argument for running there was Stonewall is in this district and I'm gay. That was the best argument Mondaire Jones could come up with. Like, I like Mondaire Jones, but that's a really bad argument. Why did he run there? Your guess is as good as mine. Goldman needs to be at the top of the list for a primary challenge in 24. You start tomorrow.
Man, what? God damn it! I hate New York so much. I hate New York so much. I hope you know that, New York.
Yeah,
Screw you.
New York. We're all very disappointed.
We're all very mad at you, New York. We're all incredibly angry at you.
You've stressed.
You have failed us.
You've stressed me. You've angered me, and you've disappointed me. It's
Do
hard.
we think that this will be called tonight?
No.
Yes.
At this point,
I do think the special election will get called tonight. Yes. The New York 10 primary depends on how many absentee ballots are out. If it's 21,000, well, then it's complicated, but I doubt it's 21,000. That seems like a very large number.
my personal opinion is that everyone on Twitter needs to shut the hell up and wait for the ballots to count. That's kind of my personal opinion right now.
The first half of that sentence is perfect.
Yeah, you could have just stopped there.
Yeah.
Everyone on Twitter needs to shut the hell up.
Yeah, you could have stopped there and we would have been good. The only people on Twitter I really want to hear from about the special election are the ones in our group chat.
Yeah, I see people calling the race now because Axios accidentally released that article.
You know, I understand. I do. I get it. But I feel bad for Axios.
Yeah, I do feel bad for Axios. That's a legitimate error.
Who won New York? Nobody. Nobody won in New York tonight. Except not Carolyn Maloney.
Oh, this is so frustrating.
This is terrible. This is so bad. This is what I was coming into expecting. This is the evil I was expecting tonight. This was the bad parts.
This is New York.
And apparently we still have like no election day from Otsego. Like, what the hell's taking them so long?
From where?
Otsego.
Oh, Otsego.
Yeah. What the hell are they doing?
What was the 2020 number there?
Oh, I don't know. Hold up. Give me a chance. There's a lot of crap here.
You're not kidding.
Okay, hold up. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Green was Trump. Otsego was Trump plus 5. Trump plus 5. So there's nothing in from election day yet there. It's all early vote. So we need election day from Otsego because it's not like a small part of the county. It's almost 8% of the district. So we kind of need that. We kind of need that Otsego march. Kind of need that.
It is funny that the Democrat is still winning in New York 23rd. That obviously won't hold, but that is very funny.
Yes.
Are we Republicans? They are.
Dylan's not.
I am definitely not.
Yeah, Dylan's definitely not. Dylan is, in fact, the exact opposite of a Republican.
Yes. But we can all unite on being very disappointed in New York.
New York, the Times have now just officially dropped. It's now down to 82% reporting.
Where?
In 19 in the special election.
Oh, I was about to say, if you say the 10th, I swear to God, Joe.
Oh, no. Luckily, it's not the 10th. The 10th is still at 92%.
Okay. At this point, as much as I want the result to be different, I just want it to be over.
Hey, boy, this is terrible. This is the worst thing in the world. I hate New York so much.
I hate New York too.
New York is so bad. It's so terrible.
Can we get some good representatives in New Jersey, please? Just a couple. Just a couple.
This is terrible. What a bad way to end the night.
Yeah, we started with Florida reporting results 4 minutes in, and now we're ending with this.
Yeah, what the hell? Ooh. What's the matter with you people? Yeah, if you're still awake with us, it's almost 11 o'clock. We've been on here for almost 4 hours. Congratulations to you folks.
That's the Londoner.
What? He's still here? Sean,
go to sleep.
Go, Sean. No, we got to applaud. Everyone give it up in the chat for the man, Sean. Everyone give it up from the man from London. I want people applauding him. I want applause in the chat for Sean. Give Sean some applause.
Oh my God.
God bless you, sir. God bless you.
I also don't have class tomorrow. That's the only reason
That's the reason why
still
Dylan is
here.
still here.
Yes. If I had class tomorrow, I would have been gone an hour ago.
And I only have one, so.
Yeah, I just looked and Florida is completely done counting.
Come on, Florida. Oh.
God damn it.
New York, stop being worse than Florida. God.
Free to won 2 counties in Gatesland, apparently. Walton Bay County.
Good for Freed.
Yeah, for whatever reason, Freed did like very weirdly better in like the northern part of Florida. Like even in like Duval and that area, like she like pretty significantly overperformed.
I think it's safe to say Mondaire Jones doesn't have a political career after this. This will not win him any friends.
No, it definitely has not.
No, progressives are furious.
We've got another one from the UK.
What are all of you
Birmingham.
guys? What are all y'all doing? Go
We
to
appreciate
bed.
you guys, but
We love this.
what's
Oh
wrong
my
with
God.
y'all?
We really appreciate you guys being here, but go to
Hooray for the
sleep.
English, man.
I'm worried about y'all, not us. That is fair, Jonathan. I'm going to be going to bed soon. I don't need this kind of stress. Simca Felder isn't running, but his representative in spirit, Dan Goldman, is winning.
Well, I think he's talking about for his state Senate seat.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think he was opposed, actually. I think they just let him go. He's such a conservative Democrat anyway. I think they just let him go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Check. But I sincerely think they just let him go.
The only state Senate race I was following was the Crowley-Gonzalez race, and Gonzalez, from what I understand, thrashed Crowley.
That's nice.
That is. I like watching Crowley's flop.
I think everyone does now in New York.
Monday. Can someone please translate that comment? Mondare Brown could primary Pelosi from the Castro district?
That seems like some racism right there. That's a questionable comment if I ever saw
So
it.
true.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not stupid and not getting something. Yes, the DSA at least flipped one seat. I think they were only contesting 2.
All right. Well, a small update. New York 19th is now a 6-point race.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a very narrow margin.
Yeah,
That one and the 23rd are really the only. Oh, well, and the 10th. But we kind of know, or
I'm not even
educated guesses on the 10th.
I'm not even looking at the 10th anymore. I don't need that depression.
Depression. Los depression.
Yeah, the DSA backed candidate in the Gonzalez Crowley race won 53-32. So not even close. Yeah, 10 has no votes left, basically. I mean, unless it's absentees. Unless absentees get her over the line, Euleen's done for.
God, I hate when Twitter does this. Some rando account changed his profile picture to Dave Wasserman and his name and said, "I'm calling it for Pat Ryan." I hate when people do that.
God damn it. The teenagers. The teenagers need to go to hell.
The teenagers need to get off Twitter.
That's also true. The teenagers need to get off Twitter.
I don't know why. I get it. That's basically our audience, but man. Yes, Jonathan, it's safe to say the GOP has won the New York 23rd.
Yep.
special, even though the Republican is still behind by about 0.8%.
Is Claudia Tenney's race closer than expected?
I think so. It looks
52-42.
like it.
Yeah, 52-42.
Wow. Well, she's not exactly known for being a fantastic campaigner.
No.
No.
People, for some, I don't know her personally, and I don't know why, but people really do not like her. Of course, she had a lot of new area. She had a lot of new territory in that upstate part. She had a lot of new territory. There was a lot of new territory there for her. There was quite a lot, especially around Rochester.
Oh, Maloney conceded.
Good for her.
Good for her. I honestly wasn't expecting that.
I figured you should concede. I just figured it'd be a very angry concession, quite honestly.
That's fair. Yeah. An angry, yeah. And it looks like the race, Jamal Bowman has, that race has
clearly
been called.
crushed.
Yeah, that race has been called. Well, good. At least progressives didn't lose any incumbents.
They didn't blow anything. Good for them.
No, they blew New York 10.
I guess that's fair.
They blew it. The progressive vote is about 60%, but they're gonna let Dan Goldman win with 25. Okay, the Republican has taken the lead in the New York 23rd special.
That's been coming down slowly here for the last couple of hours.
Yes, it has.
The fake Wasserman tweet has over 250 retweets. I think some Moms Demand individual, I think, reported it.
Hello, Cat.
Oh my god.
What?
I'm just ready for it to be over.
I am too.
Yeah, I've been done for a while.
At least it's getting down to the last bit of it. New York Times says 87% in, but they just said 89. So
Yeah,
I don't think we know at this point.
yeah, the vote percentages are dumb.
the
The vote
now they say
percentages are questionable at
86.
this point. I do want to bring something to our attention. The 23rd District regular primary has seen Nick Langworthy take the lead, according to DDHQ, by about a percentage point.
Hell yeah. Well, let's hope that stays.
I think that's because they're reporting all counties from the district. I don't think the Times has a couple of these counties in yet. Yeah, I think he's just winning everywhere that's not Erie. This is a very fascinating view into regional voting, folks. If you look at it right now, I don't think we really know what's going to happen. I think we're going to give ourselves here about another 30 minutes, maybe 45 at this point.
I think I only got like 15 left in me.
Yeah. So things are going wacky right now. We're probably going to only go till 11:30 until I call it quits at the very least. I think that would mean we all call it quits. Because at that point, I would say it's time for. I still do have one class in the morning, so I still have to get my butt up out of here and figure stuff out. So we need to figure things out. This is New York still being terrible at counting.
All our viewers know how to find the results anyway. They don't need us.
You don't need us. You just want us to.
Yeah, that's right.
You just want us to suffer with you.
Yep.
And we understand.
Well, the night started with Molinaro down by 40 points, and now he's only 6,000 votes behind. So that blue mirage thing really did prove to be a reality.
I mean, I think it is fair to say, though, that anything other than a Molinaro +3 or more is a pretty good night for Democrats.
I would agree with that.
I
would actually agree with that.
And look, I'm not willing to say one way or another yet, but I don't think we're headed for Molinaro plus more than 3. It just doesn't seem like that right now.
It's hard to imagine it being any more than that. But again, I don't know what I'm talking about. So.
Well, don't feel bad, Jacob. None of these people seem to, because they keep changing every time we get a new batch of votes, the vote percentage total goes down.
Yeah. Yeah, like how does that work?
Like, we can't make a prediction because the vote percentage, the percentage reporting is wrong. Who will win New York 23? The Republican. It's been
Yeah, the new Republican's going to win New York 23. That's pretty much said and done.
Are they asking about the special or the
Special,
primary?
yeah, special. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Republicans are going to take the House. John Day says even just a slight improvement gives Republicans the House. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I brought this up a lot before, but our elections daily ratings, if you take all the likely and all the lean Republican seats and add them with the safe, then Republicans are already at 219. So
yeah, no, this
Democrats would have to win every single toss-up we have, along with at least one of the lean Republican seats, and it's just that's not going to happen.
No. And Indigo Dawn keeps asking about New York 19. We can't make a prediction because we don't know what percentage of the vote is in.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'll tell you, going into the night, I was predicting a Molinaro plus 4 to 5, but now, who the hell knows?
Yeah, I was at Molinaro plus less than 1% to 3%. I'm feeling pretty good about that prediction right now.
Yeah, I would too. Oh, I forgot that Max Rose
No.
is running again.
No. Don't apologize for asking. We just don't know.
Yeah, I wish
Yeah,
I
we
could give you a
seriously
better
don't know.
answer.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Yeah, I forgot that Max Rose was running again.
Why couldn't Goldman run for that seat?
Good question.
That would have been fun. The Florida 4th Democratic primary?
Yeah, it's only like it's like 50.2 to 49.8 or something like that.
Is Florida too competitive?
Florida 4, no, it's the new like Trump plus 9 seat outside of the Jacksonville Commander.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. It looks like Langworthy is ahead again.
Yeah, he might actually win this.
Yes, most of the votes remaining are Republican. It's just a matter of how many are left total. Good night, Jonathan. I think we're gonna all call it in a minute.
Yeah. I don't think anyone is purporting the right time period. This is all very bad.
Yeah. No, nobody knows what percentage is actually in.
Yeah. We all thought Columbia was done. Turns out it wasn't. We're still waiting for. I don't know why anyone isn't complaining about Otsego. Otsego is.
It's because there's so much else to complain about, Joe.
I guess so.
We have so many things to choose from.
All right, I think we're going to cut it at 10:15 because I think everything else is just cutting. 11:15 is just coming in too slow. So
Yeah.
This is coming in too slow at this point. Ryan down to about a 4% lead, about a 4,000 vote lead, according to DDHQ.
Yeah, I could see Ryan winning by 1%.
It could happen.
I could see it. If Ryan does win by 1%, 5-alarm fire.
Yeah, then it should. Oh boy, bad things.
Bad things.
Because Ren. Oh,
What?
was that section of Rent-A-Seller? Hold up. If that's it, then I don't know if that's enough.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Rent-A-Seller came in. It was about a Trump plus 10. Molinaro was basically just around that with potentially still a little bit left to go. That finally came in. That election day vote finally came in.
Quick, Jacob Ayers asks, do we think Puerto Rico would be as democratic a state as people make it out to be if it was to become one? Yeah, I tend to think it would.
I think it definitely could be. I think people overestimate its potential Republicanness, quite honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
The Times just updated, and now it's only a 3.4% lead.
Yep.
Yeah, 51.7 to 48.2. I don't think it should be a consideration for whether it becomes a state, but it is an interesting question.
Yeah. All right, Jacob, Dylan, final thoughts on tonight before we head off on the stream.
Fuck New York.
Hey!
Yeah, that's the consensus.
That's perfect. That's perfect. I think we're going to end it on that.
Yeah, good one to end on.
All right, folks, I believe most of us will be back here on Friday night for Elections Weekly. That podcast happens at 7:30. That's significantly less. We will take significantly less time. We will not do that for 4 hours and 12 minutes. I promise you that. We'll only be on there for usually about an hour, 45 minutes to maybe an hour and 15. So if you want to watch a much more condensed version of this, it is now 11:12. We've been on for almost 4 hours and 15 minutes. We're going to come back on Friday night. We're going to review this night here. And you guys have an excellent rest of your night. Have a great one.